Like maybe middle of high school or something, probably like mid-high school. Into early high school, cause yeah, I think I got a 30-second delay.
Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Balancing Act and a project that has been a long time coming. We managed to do 3 episodes of Undertale before we managed to get to this, but we're finally here. I've forced the issue and now we're playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate, the Dreadful Crimes DLC, for a particular reason. I think this is a pretty interesting DLC, which is why I wanted to put it on the show. We're hopefully going to be able to do the whole thing in one episode today. We're going to be doing all the missions. I'm going to let Cheddar drive, because even though I don't 100% remember this pretty much at all, I think it's going to be more interesting that way, since I've completed it ages ago. And just to make a long story short, in my opinion, this is the last good Assassin's Creed game. I am a huge fan of Syndicate. I'm currently being attacked by a character.
Now you're being spotted. Just get behind the. Oh, too late.
Oh, yeah, I really like this one. This one's a lot sillier.
Nope.
Oh, the joys of Ubisoft games.
She's gonna go through that crack again, Jeff. No, that was AI pathing, Jeff. That wasn't defying physics. The AI, because of where the thing was when she got in. What? No, you should be able to hear me. Can you not hear me?
Oh yeah, this one's an interesting one. Victorian England is an interesting place because, not a lot of content was. Yeah, apparently not.
Oh, this one's brown bread.
I can check this. Oh, did I fucking mute?
Bet you did.
Oh yeah, I cranked down my volume too much apparently.
Yeah. That checks out.
Well, I didn't think I wrote it down after. This thing doesn't have anything engineered to tell you when you hit the button. Apparently just didn't notice.
Yeah, so I was talking. So the reason you're getting running over wasn't because of a physics thing. The reason you're getting running over because the AI pathing was being stupid. She was trying to drive through that gap between the crate and the wall, but it was whatever. But you can hear me now?
Yes, I can, obviously. So you ready to start this bitch?
Sure. Now I'm gonna check.
I'm not going to tell you right away, but I picked this one because it's similar to another LP we did quite a while ago.
Okay. And a twist of fate, you could not be heard like at all on the YouTube video.
Very badly, isn't it?
Well,
at max volume.
It certainly doesn't have the makings of a ripping good novel.
My mic's set
What
up
happened
for my
here?
office, so...
Ah, the charming
come
and
here.
delightful Fry
Which one
twins.
is me?
Have we met?
It's this one. I'll just...
Mr. Raymond knows everyone.
I'll go
He
up
knows
to
everything about
that
this
much,
city.
and
He
I'll
writes it all
probably
up in his
fix it.
books.
I'm
Hopefully.
Henry Raymond.
I don't want to
writer
kick it
of
up too
third-rate
much because then
lyric stories,
we're going to be out
penny
balance again.
dreadfuls, if you will. And this is Little Artie.
Mr. Raymond takes real murders and makes them so awfully exciting. The guilt
And just like Revelations
There's
2,
one
the
unfolding
last
just
one I
here.
did in my living room,
Perhaps
I
one
cannot
of you
hear the
would like to try
game.
your hand in solving it.
So I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem because this doesn't really need to revolve around real time. Did I somehow mute you again?
No, I'm just listening carefully to the YouTube video to make sure I hear stuff.
Oh, I was gonna say, this doesn't really... It doesn't really need me to be in real time like Resident Evil did, and there's subtitles, so I'm not foreseeing many issues. Anyway, let's interrogate you, Mr. Guy. Mr. Freems.
Yeah, it's good enough right now,
Fallen
man.
dead, and the lad Dooley with bloody hands.
It's
No
good
one's
enough.
been able to find a murder weapon and arrest the
I'm the
murderer.
loudest thing, but not by
Could you
much.
sort
Like
it out
it's
quickly?
a good enough
holding
amount
up the work.
that everything works fine. Anyway, I missed that opening cutscene entirely because I was trying to pay attention to sound stuff.
I think our two guys, I forget the first guy's name, but the short kid is Artie, and I think they write crime-based penny dreadfuls, and for some reason they wanted us to come in and investigate this crime scene.
Yep.
I'm not really sure why. I think they're researching for their books.
They're a rough
But
bunch, but someone has to keep the kids
Let's
in
hear
line.
about the body
I
first.
just wish
and
the
then from there.
grown-ups would quit fighting each other.
Okay, let's see what he had to say.
Dead, and the lad Dooley with bloody hands.
Murder weapon
No
is
one's been able
totally
to find
missing.
a murder weapon and arrest the murderer. Could you sort it out?
Apparently
quickly?
he's running the
It's
show,
holding up the
because
work.
otherwise I don't know why I'd be complaining about it being
They're
held
a
up.
rough bunch, but someone has to keep the kids in line. I just wish the grown-ups would quit fighting each other.
Okay, so we interrogated.
I missed like 98% of it.
Well, we can do it again if you missed it.
I mean, so here's the problem. Because of what you're sending me over Discord, every single time you talk, the game volume goes boom, like really quiet. And it's because of the program that you're sending over to me. So, and the font for this is super tiny. So, I did not catch most of what he said.
I'm wondering
As
if
you were talking.
Okay. I can just do that. Let's give it a test. I'll talk and, well, you could probably just figure it out now because I don't know if the game's like that quiet.
I arrived to find the fallen
But
dead.
yeah, this guy
and the
is
lad Dooley
saying
with
he
bloody
found the
hands.
foreman dead.
Yeah,
and
now
one's
it's
been
working.
able to
Now
find
it's
the
not
murder
dipping
weapon
when
and
you
arrest
talk
the
over it.
murderer.
So.
Could you sort it out
I mean,
quickly?
can you hear
it's
it
Yeah, I can
holding
hear it
up the
properly, yeah.
work.
So no one's been able to find the murder
Okay,
weapon
so-
and sort out the murder.
And since you're driving this game, that's
They're a
going to
rough
be an
bunch,
important thing to get
but
to.
someone
Well, I
has
wanted
to
to
keep the
talk to him
kids in
about the
line.
body.
I just wish the grown-ups would quit fighting each other.
We can talk to him about the body again.
I arrived to find the foreman
Oh,
dead,
this-
and the lad
Like,
Dooley
fucking-
with bloody
no, I-
hands. No
I don't
one's been
understand
able
this
to
UI.
find the murder
That's the
weapon and
problem.
arrest the
I thought
murderer.
you hadn't fucking
Could you
selected
sort it
anything
out
because of
quickly?
how the UI
it's
does.
holding up the work.
Like, I thought this dialogue he just said right now was the pre-dialogue to you selecting anything.
Oh, no,
Because
no.
I just thought you were hovering over the option of body right now because it doesn't disappear when you click on it to just do the words. So yeah. All right. So they haven't found a murder weapon yet.
They're a rough bunch,
And yeah,
but
okay,
someone
whatever.
has to keep the kids in line.
And this
I
guy's
just wish the
complaining
grown-ups
like a
would-
bitch. Anyway, fuck that guy. We have eagle vision in this game, which is detective vision.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever want me to hit it, it reveals things.
Oh, let's go look at the body, I guess.
That's a dead guy. Bandana on his face.
All right. Stabbed in the chest, bandana on his face. Got it.
And that's Dooley.
All right. Well, let's talk to him. Ask him about the body.
He knocks me to the ground and give me a kick. I find me work knife under me and grab it. I lift my hands to protect myself, and he knocks me out with a punch. Later on, I wakes up, and the man's lying there, dead.
Okay.
He's
the
my
other option
brother.
say?
He don't like to work hard, so one of the workers
Apparently
give him
Buck's
a
his brother.
thrashing. I tried to stop it, and he stopped saying Buck and starts hitting me.
Oh, we have an accused option now.
Okay. Let's leave now.
And here's another child.
When I come back, the man's lying dead, and there's Dooley holding a knife. Please don't arrest him.
You can't arrest me, I don't have any shoes. That makes me That clears me of all crime.
Okay, ask him about the body.
I was standing there.
Oh, I just
evidently,
asked
Oh my
about
god,
the
I hate
body.
this
when a
UI
fella
so
come at
fucking
me
hard.
and give me a thumping. Dooley tries to stop him, and he
Nobody asked
pushes
him again.
Dooley. I run out to find out.
Okay, so this kid's claiming he ran out to find help and that he found the body and Dooley had a knife. Dooley claims to have been beaten unconscious when he stepped in to prevent his father from beating him. So those two kids' things kind of line up, like what they claim lined up. It's just who murdered who at the time. Oh, there's the knife. Let's go look at the knife. It's on the ground there between the two things there, yeah.
It's a knife. It has a D in it.
Alright, small knife with the initial D crudely scratched into the handle. Okay.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
Okay, and according to our UI, we have another clue we can go find.
Right, and we can ask about the knife now, because he said well, I haven't asked about this.
Apparently so. You want to ask this short
I guess.
man?
That's Dooley's knife, all right. He never lent it to nobody.
Not much for talking about his knife that he doesn't own.
That's his brother's knife. Dooley's the other kid.
See if we can find that. Oh, there it is. Oh no, piece of paper, coward. It's a scary piece of paper.
It has come to our attention that one of your workmen, a certain Mr. Colton, has been beating the child laborers. Our society finds this to be a matter of concern, as do you, no doubt. Please take action to curtail the practice. Alright?
Okay, we apparently can solve the crime. This is what our log looks like, apparently. Where is our log, actually? Can you bring that up again? It's it. Okay, I need to hit options, which I did.
Press options,
Select
progression log,
and
dreadful
enter
crime
crimes.
section, which should have been really obvious.
Okay, so here we are.
Okay, deep stab wound in the chest, bandana covers his face. Okay, can you not just run through it all and then fucking dip to the next screen? Go back a page, let me read all the descriptions again. You had
I'm wondering where it went. Oh, here we go.
oh my god. Press L1, yeah, there you go. Well, stab him, bandana obscures his face. Alright, then the letter.
Which is the letter we just
Yeah,
read.
which is saying, hey, owner guy, you know, do something about this guy beating up your kids, or you'll be in trouble. And then the knife has Dooley's D on it.
And then we have the suspects, and apparently this is an entire. Well, it looks like it's a written account of what they said.
Yes. So Buck said, if we go up to Buck,
Well, you're gonna have to give it 30
what
seconds.
is there a delay?
Apparently.
Is there a delay between what I'm seeing and what you're playing?
Apparently.
Oh, I didn't know that. Claims he returned to find a man dead, Dooley holding a knife. Claims he was suddenly accosted and beaten. His brother Dooley tried to stop the beating and was beaten in turn. Buck ran to find help. Confirms that it's Dooley's knife. States that Dooley wouldn't lend it to anybody. If we go down to Dooley now. Dooley claims he was knocked to the ground. He found his knife and lifted it up. Then he was knocked out by a punch from the victim, awakened to find the man dead. Identifies Buck as his brother. Dooley tried to stop the worker from giving Buck a beating. The worker turned on Dooley. And then Mr. Freems claims he arrived to find the body already dead and the boy Dooley with bloody hands. Mentions that the workers are rough and often fight one another. Go back to the body 1 second. I want to see if there's a keyword. I mean, it's pretty obvious, I think, at this point that Dooley did it. No, Jeff, you... Well,
What, you said go back to the
yeah,
body?
I meant in the case file, because at the time, at the end of the day, this is what's gonna say. It's gonna say in the case file anyway. Doesn't matter now.
Fair enough.
Okay, yes, Dooley did it. He doesn't realize he did it, but he did it because he lifts up the knife and he gets knocked unconscious as he murders the guy.
Me? No.
Oh, no, not so quickly. You have indeed solved this murder, according to the facts at hand. However, Artie, what advice would you give?
I would encourage you to look beyond the obvious, beyond surface appearances.
Try again. Use your powers to peer more deeply and see what you can discover.
What do you mean? Literally all the clues we have...
Apparently they're adding more clues.
Okay, so now there's 2 more clues to find. Alright, use your eagle vision to find clues now. Alright, you have a footprint.
Large footprint.
How would the murderer have done it?
Alright.
And... oh, there's something over here.
Re-examine some of the clues more closely.
Medium footprints. The imprint of a medium-sized worker's boot. The imprint is marked by pebbles of coal and coal dust, blah blah blah, followed by tracks. Okay. What did it say for the other footprint?
I think it just said it was a big work boot.
Jeff, why aren't you following the footprints?
Well, you said you wanted to
No, I
look at
just
this?
asked what it said. I
How
didn't
would the
say look
murderer
at
have
it
done
again. You answered my
Well, I didn't think you
question.
would. Well, I thought you wanted an exact...
Well, if I wanted an exact answer, we don't have to look at it again. We can pull it up in the binder. Like, anytime we do anything, we never have to go back to anything, because it just goes into the binder. So, literally,
Okay,
we
fine,
don't need to
fine.
ever walk back to something. At least it doesn't appear that way.
Hey, Coleman.
Me and Wilkins was working out here. We heard screaming. Wilkins went to see what it was about and never come back. I went to see for myself, and there he was, dead. I didn't stick around. Somebody might think I'd done it.
Alright, ask about the bandana.
The strange thing is, Wilkins weren't wearing no bandana when I was talking to him. Only the workmen in the brewery wear bandanas. You should talk to Morris there.
Okay, where's this other area? Oh, it's over there. Or you go talk to that guy.
I mean, the one guy's the owner, I believe.
Which one do you want to hit up first?
Well, just
You
go
can always check
go to
your
the guy to
case
your
file
left.
to refresh your memory.
Okay. What's up, Mr. Freems?
The fumes can be a bit much in the brewery. When the men work in there, they wear bandanas.
Right?
I think we can ask him
Now
about
we can ask him about Wilkins now.
Wilkins wasn't the type to beat the children. On the contrary, he was forever getting in fights, trying to stop that sort of thing.
So it sounds like this guy is sticking up for Mr.
So
Big
whoever
Dude.
beat the kids isn't Wilkins. In fact, he presumably stepped in and got murdered by the guy beating the kids.
Well, I was inside the brewery all day. I wear me bandana in there. Man has to, what with all the smells and fumes.
Apparently that's all he has
I
to
mean,
say.
right now, there's still 2 clues in this area, one of which is to your right there, I think.
Yeah, just some cigarette butts, apparently.
I should return and find out about
Okay.
this.
What's that other thing? Large shoe.
try to establish a motive.
Okay, so someone's standing here smoking.
Want to talk to him?
I mean, yeah, he's got updated stuff. It shows the little red icon next to him on the map when he's got new stuff to say. He's literally the only person with new stuff to say.
Maybe Taylor? Cigarette might be his.
Okay.
Alright.
Hey, you guys have something to say?
Okay, the on the mini-map, they have the red thing next to them, they have something new to say. So the guy at the coal yard has something to say, yeah. Can you not run? This is super irritating if you can't run.
Okay, fine. Considering the place is so tiny, I figure we walk
No,
everywhere.
because it's super tedious. For when we have to walk back and forth between
I quit
people,
smoking
walking at
months
that
ago.
slow of a speed.
You know, I saw somebody from the brewery having a smoke this morning. Didn't see who it was, though.
Okay, then I guess we will be Speedy McGee from now on.
Guy. And now the brewery guy has something new to say again.
Well, like I said, I was inside. Didn't get a chance to come out to smoke. Colton left, though. You could talk to him. He's working in the loading area just now.
Okie doke. Another guy to talk to.
That's in a new area to do stuff in, which is the loading area.
I should go back and ask
Alright,
about
more
this.
cigarette butts.
Which suspects had the opportunity to kill him?
What do you want to ask about?
Vulcans.
I was having a chat with one of the others when I heard a commotion and ran in there to find Wilkins dead. Poor bloke. Killed by that filthy little bastard that we feed and pay. I don't smoke.
Okay,
Never
cigarette.
Oh wait, I think I had another option for cigarette.
Oh, very well. So I do smoke now and then. What's the matter?
Well, you gave up pretty damn fast.
Alright, is that everything?
Let me go check.
You have
Game
everything
says-
needed to solve the mystery and make an accusation. Yeah, no one's got a new symbol by them.
So, what do you think?
The dude in the loop. Well, hold on. Go.
How would the murderer have done it?
I guess I can pull out the log.
I
if
mean,
you
I
want.
guess. So.
Got a lot more stuff in here.
Hold on, what did it say about the medium footprint again? I want to look at the footprints, is the thing I want to double check. Imprint of a medium-sized worker's boot, the imprint is marked by pulps. Okay. That's our victim's footprint then. Because our victim is our victim is from that area, because when we talked to the one guy from that area about the bandana, he's like, yeah, our guy shouldn't have been wearing a bandana. The brewery guys wear the bandanas. And then the large footprint, it says, the warehouse large footprint.
Just big boot.
And then the other
you
large
wanna
one
look at all of
says
them.
just big boot as well. They both just, so, and my guess is, like, in my mind, it's the super obvious, but I feel like the super obvious shouldn't just be my guess. But it should be the guy over in the loading area. Because he was very quick.
Which I believe is this guy. Yeah, he said he claimed he didn't smoke and then he admitted
Yeah,
it.
that guy. But the other thing is he very quickly, when talked about the body, he was like, that kid did it. Right? He's the only one that very quickly said so-and-so did it. Right? Everybody else has said other stuff, but he's the only one that seems to just immediately throw the kid under the bus.
So you want
Look
to
for
point the
more
finger
Yeah,
at him?
because, and he also made some comment that made it sound like he doesn't like kids.
I should be foreman here. Wilkins coddled the boys like a mother hen. He come along and stops me giving the boys a beating.
That was much more difficult than it initially appeared. Well
I
done.
mean, yeah. There's a lot more to that.
Up to the click with you.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I think this is just your summary of what
An
happened.
altercation between a boy and a workman ends in the death for the workman. The boy remembers lifting a knife, but the actual killing, did he do it? Nah. In fact, the dead worker, one John Wilkins, heard screams and ran to offer assistance. Once there, he found the boy unconscious and another workman, Tom Colton, standing unharmed. But Colton, long angry with Wilkins, thought fast and stabbed the man with the boy's knife. He then put his own bandana over Wilkins' face. Quick thinking, however, did not win out. Colton has been on mass system murder. I still don't get it. Why would he put the fucking face mask on the guy he killed?
I think the summary kind of just said he was being an idiot. Because he's like, he quickly just tried to get away with it. Apparently it didn't work out too well. I need to
Well, what happens if we had picked the wrong thing there? We just get a game over, or would we just get a different story? Like,
okay, there's our next case. It's gonna be a while, so I guess we have some time to talk. I'm just gonna steal a carriage this time. Get out of here! I need this. I need to get to our thing. Also, I'm gonna need to put it on the map because that's gonna make it a lot easier to find.
On you go now.
Walk on, girl.
So you were saying before we started the South Park game you were talking about a little bit.
yeah, I was saying maybe we should play those games on stream, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Let's go.
And I was planning to, there's the achievement for in the second game if you beat the entire game. You beat the game on the hardest difficulty as a black kid. So I decided I'm gonna replay the game to double check it to figure out whether I can beat the achievement or not. And in doing so, I'm gonna play it on the hardest difficulty as a black kid again, just to give like because they are a sequel to one another, like the events canonically happened in both games. From one game happened in the next game. So like, even though you do make your character fresh in both games, I decided to be like, all right, canonically my character from my hardest difficulty never had a playthrough of, so I decided to remake that character and play through the hardest difficulty of the other one.
Coming here was a mistake.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to kill that guy. This might end up being a little harder because I am very early game and I don't know how high level these areas will start becoming. But whatever, he's dead. Case of the conflicting courtship.
A tragedy in the park.
Another chance to sort out a diabolical conundrum. One that I'll turn into a one-a-penny read for Purlock
Okay, so
Publishing.
he's taking actual crimes and just turning them into fiction books, or just ending the crime, I don't know. Anyway, park. Now jump the wall. Okay, so what are we gonna do here?
Give me 1 second. I want to double check something about this. So we finished the last case, so I pulled up not this case, but that last case on the wiki to see if it says like what happens when you get stuff wrong. Because I want to know what happens if we accuse the wrong person in the end.
It might be just the game gives you less rewards for the mission. Sounds like something this game would do. You lose out on your bonus.
Okay, so it was Colton. We did it right. So it sounds like the outcome will always end up telling us who did it if we guess wrong. Anyway, go and inspect the corpse, just first thing.
Okay.
Alright, a young woman with identifying papers stabbed many times in a highly violent manner. Wounds indicate a left-handed attacker.
Oh, this is gonna be convenient. There are clues.
Alright, there's a bag on the ground near her that we can look at. A small paper package containing powdered medication stamped Dr. Trevor Alton with an address. Alright?
Well, now, I didn't ask about
She was
this.
violently stabbed by a left-hand murder. You didn't ask anybody about anything.
Well,
Find the next thing.
Doesn't seem like there's any. Doesn't seem like there's any interrogation targets right now. There's just clues.
I mean, in this location. The park handbook contains an appointment diary. 10 a.m. Trevor Park. Noon Gilbert his house. The address. Okay, so she's meeting Trevor in the park.
Now,
what's the name
I
of our
didn't ask about
doctor again
this.
that was on the bag?
Trevor.
Okay, so okay, and let's find the fourth thing in the park here before we move on.
Okay, I'm probably gonna need to vision it because I can't see it. Seriously, where is it? It should be yellow. Is it in a tree?
It's over there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's blood splatter on the ground too, leading to this spot. That's how we could have found it without using the eagle vision. And her kitchen knife, alright.
Oh yeah,
there was a path. In the eagle vision, it made it stick out. Like, if you go into the eagle vision, you'll see the blood path. Like, it highlights the blood path as well when you go into the eagle vision. See? It's in white there. All the blood splatters.
Okay, so we got a couple of choices. We can go to the doctor's office or Gilbert's.
Let's go to the doctor's house first.
Let's go get fucked up. We're gonna steal all his prescriptions. Actually, he probably just has like a big pile of cocaine in his back office somewhere. We can steal
It is
that.
the era.
I really should use the minimap a lot more. That would. Trying to figure it out from the streets kind of hard.
Almost like mini-maps are put into a game for a reason.
Badoosh.
I was gonna say, or you could use the door like a normal person. Well...
No, we're Detective Oddball. This is absolutely what Jacob would do.
Let's, look around here. I wanna find clues first. There's a piece of paper to your left on the counter.
Okay, piece of paper.
Dear was nice. I would ask you to please suspend Mr. Shelby's prescription. This note, as well as all medication entries in the office, appear to be written by a right-handed man. Okay, so the doctor.
I have no idea what Jacob's doing.
He's searching. It's just a searching animation. But all right, so that's not. I don't give a fuck what he's doing. I don't even know who this guy is. You know his name. I don't know his name. I didn't play this game ever.
Well, I had to play this game for a couple hours.
Okay, let's keep looking for the. I want to find the other
these
clues
damn clues?
upstairs, probably some of them.
Apparently, this. Okay, they said it was gonna be speedy. Should probably fulfill that promise a lot more.
We don't have to always run, but we should. If we're running between a good distance between things, we should run instead of walk. Miss Brown came to see me. Addressed by grave anxiety concerning her recent engagement. This was not a medical concern, but nonetheless I prescribed a mild sedative. However, she has since embarked on an irregular relationship with someone I shall not name. Situation is intolerable. Alright, close.
So yeah, since this might come up, this is Victorian England, so I think it's like the 1900s.
Nope, the late 1800s.
I'm not sure what the
late 1800s.
I'm not sure what the exact
late
years.
1800s should be.
Well, what do you want to say, like the 1880s?
I mean anywhere from like the American Civil War towards the end of the American Civil War.
So the 1860s.
So, yeah, I mean this game had like I'm sure this game in and of itself has a specific year, but
there's probably going to be a year on something we can reference.
Okay. Baxter now appears to be totally reliant on the treatment. He consumes far more than the prescribed dosage and is constantly demanding more. In addition, he has become alarmingly aggressive, going so far as to assault me physically. Furthermore, he has recklessly seduced several women over the past few weeks.
I should go back and ask about this.
Can you do something for me here?
What's up?
So, pull up the file of all of our stuff we found so far.
Give me a sec.
Okay, it's 1886. Or 1868. I said it backwards. It's 1868. I did this by on the wiki. I went to the very first quest, which was A Simple Matter of Murder. I clicked on that quest, and then I went to, on the wiki, there's a date section for that quest, and it says it takes place in 1868. So there we go. Okay, so, okay, so who is our okay, our body is Prudence Brown. Okay, this is important, as I'm trying to remember. I didn't know who was our victim. So our victim is Prudence Brown. She had a bag with the doctor's name on it. With an address. Sadly, it doesn't tell me if it's the doctor's address. I assume it's the doctor's address. Anyway, the handbag, going back over the handbag quickly, saying, hey, I'm going meeting Trevor in the park, and then I'm going to Gilbert's house. And then the knife, we already know, is just a bloody knife. And then the doctor here's note was written by him in right hand, and that's Dr. Trevor, I assume.
This is Dr. Dr. Trevor.
And he said Mr. Shelby's prescription needs to be suspended. And he wrote it on it with his right hand. And then we have Baxter's note. This one says Baxter now appears to be totally reliant on treatment. Or this is Baxter's medical file. He consumes far more, so this Baxter guy is addicted to whatever he's doing and fucking around with. He's basically just running a fucking mess of his life. And then Prudence's note is gossip about how Baxter's fucking someone, I think. Oh yeah, Miss Brown came to see me. This is the doctor's medical file on Prudence Brown. Okay, Miss Brown came to see me. Oppressed by a grave anxiety concerning her recent engagement. This was not a medical concern. I've prescribed a mild sedative. However, she has since embarked on a regular relationship with someone I shall not name, which sounds like it's probably Baxter. So we'll do that. All right, and we can close this up now. Because I just wanted to get the names. Is what I wanted to do there. Shuffle around the names in my head, so I could remember what names we're working with.
Oh, here we go. There is a piece of paper. You come here, paper.
Doctor, I do hope that our professional relationship does not preclude a... What?
A closer rapport.
It does say closer. I couldn't tell if that was like an A. The font is way too small in this game, and it's blurry on my screen. Closer rapport. Yours most sincerely, Miss Claire Knight. So this is Miss Knight. Okay. Sounds good.
I don't know if you'd find it too annoying, but I can read it for you if you're having issues.
No, I think it might have been the Eagle Vision made it blurrier. It's there to your right. It was there to your right. So you just walked past it. Oh no, guess not.
It was?
I don't know. Where was it? There was something glowing to your left a minute ago, but.
Well, there's... Oh, there it is. Down the stairs. Oh, wait, was it downstairs?
It wasn't downstairs all the way. It was on the second floor.
Second floor, go. Eat all the paper. Nom 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 nom.
Since using this treatment, Mr. Shelby has overcome his paralyzing timidity. I've never seen that word used that way. Timidity. I guess it's just timidity. With astonishing success. Timidity. I would be like his paralyzing timidness is like what I'd expect, not timidity, timidness, with astonishing success. However, owing to the effects I've seen of the same drug on Mr. Baxter, I feel obliged to terminate Mr. Shelby's use altogether.
Victorian
Well,
medicine.
now, I didn't ask about this.
Okay, so...
Still one more.
which
Oh no, that's all the
suspect
clues. So yeah, let's go to the downstairs suspects first.
Jacob is literally bouncing off the walls. Okay, so we got a lady and a white guy.
Well, the doctor is obviously the guy in the doctor gown. Let's talk to Miss Knight.
Okay, let's go talk to her.
Let's go talk to her. Walks right up to the doctor instead.
Well, I'm dealing with a 5 to 10 second delay. So.
All right, Clara Knight. Yeah, I mean, just start with the left. Talk to her about Prudence first.
I'm sorry to hear about her murder. She was a patient here, but increasingly began to stop by socially. Dr. Alton makes house calls
Baxter.
to see him. Baxter doesn't come into the office. I make up the prescriptions and he picks them up at noon when I'm away at lunch. So she was meeting Dr. Alton in the park, was she? My understanding was that she was engaged to someone. In any case, the good doctor could do better, in my opinion. Perhaps now he will.
So someone's judgy.
Alright, we'll leave her.
No, you don't have anything.
Yeah, she's interested.
So
She's interested in the
here?
doc. I said let's do everybody on the ground floor first. So.
Okay.
Prudence.
I don't know any of Dr. Alton's other patients.
Oh, this is Mr. Shelby.
I'm quite angry, actually. I was having such terrific results. I felt like a new man. Much more vigorous and outgoing. But the doctor has ended the prescription altogether for no reason.
Okay, so.
And I'm assuming you want to run upstairs.
If he's a patient, those are supposed to be patient counts. See, I couldn't tell from a distance. I thought it was supposed to be like white for the doctor. The third floor.
Yeah, I just couldn't suss out where the damn stairs were. Anyway, how's Rich Dude doing?
This is the doctor then.
You can tell by his
Alright,
hat.
Prudence.
Oh my God,
his
Prudence! How horrible! I was about to propose. But I don't understand. She and I didn't have a meeting arranged today. It is true that we sometimes meet in the park, but there was no arrangement for this morning.
Like this.
Yeah, just with all these guys when we talk to them for the first time, just go left to right.
Was a patient here, but
like
a
clock.
There's no reason that she should be carrying such a packet. You appreciate, I'm sure, that I cannot discuss the condition of any of my patients.
So we learned some things.
Alright, well, let's go to the next location.
Okay, to Gilbert's house.
Except for according to this, there's new stuff to talk to you about the people on the ground floor. The minimap has the red mark.
Stuff upstairs.
The minimap has the red mark. What do you mean upstairs? Are you going upstairs?
What the? I swear it said it was
No,
upstairs.
it's the two people on the ground floor.
What the? Why is that up there?
Okay, so there must be one person that has something new to say. I guess the doctor must have something new to say.
Mr. Baxter apparently attacked the doctor
Anyway,
yesterday. It was after hours, but the doctor did have a cut on his cheek. Poor man.
Okay, so Baxter apparently cut the doctor's cheek. Apparently the doctor has something new to say, I guess. I don't...
Well, he's got to explain why his face got fucked up.
I guess. I just find it annoying that, like, it literally came after.
An unfortunate incident.
What's your business?
One of my patients became overexcited.
You know, overexcited with a big knife.
I mean, as he said, we know it's Baxter. They seem to collab. You know, they seem to be in agreement. So let's go to Gilbert's house.
Unfortunately, I can't crash out any of those windows, so I have to leave the normal way. Yeah, where the fuck is Gilbert's house? climb up for a sec?
Why are you climbing?
This is on the second floor. With first floor stuff. Okay, what do you want to do first?
Well, I guess look around for the one piece of evidence that's somewhere around here.
I'm assuming it's that thing.
Letter from Prudence. Dearest Gilbert, I have something of utmost importance to tell you. I shall call tomorrow at noon. Please, dear Gilbert, know that whatever I have to say, I will always hold you in the highest esteem. Your Prudence. Okay, sounds good. It gives us a new location to go to at the end of the day. We're not gonna have to go to Prudence's house, you know. But let's go downstairs and talk to. I think he's downstairs.
Where's the downstairs part? Hey, Mr.
And
Guy.
once again, I proved that you could have went through the front door.
Prudence and I are engaged to be
This is
married.
Gilbert Higgins.
I'm desperate to see her. She
Yes,
should be
this
by
is
any
the
moment.
fiancé.
She had something important to tell me. I'm worried she's going to break off the engagement.
That is indeed what she's gonna
Prudence
do,
has
by
been
the way.
so
But anyway,
distant
go up
lately.
to.
I believe she has a misplaced affection for her doctor, the cat. I would make a much more appropriate husband, and the wedding is planned.
Wow, she was waiting a really long time to do this. Okay, so you said we have somewhere else to go, which is Prudence's house, and I'm assuming you want to go there. Considering that's the... I mean, literally the only thing we can do is double-check things, and we can do that with our log, so... There really is no reason to revisit anything. To get over this point.
Look to your right. I was pretty sure when facing that building to your right was like a gate you could go through.
Ah, goddamn, I'm being accosted by a horse.
Just run in the middle of the street.
Be so fucking far away. Well, they should have special horse lanes and people lanes, because they need to keep us apart. Jesus, you like on the 5th floor?
No, I'm almost positive they just put the magnifying glass on the building itself. Like, you don't have to climb it. The front door is going to be open for you to walk into. Does it have an alleyway entrance?
Well, the 2nd floor window.
Does it have an alleyway entrance?
Come on, Jacob, get on the fucking... Jacob, stop fucking around. There's an open window you have to take advantage of.
Well, perhaps the idea is not so terrible after all.
Hey, y'all got any clues in here?
I rather think...
Because this isn't her house. It's a shortcutted area. It's a shortcut you can do, or you can run through someone's house here. Someone's apartment. Yeah, I bet you it's got an alley entrance.
Oh, there's a window. That's a bit closer. Okay, we're gonna jump in. Yep, 4th floor.
Alright, well, let's look at the first clue there. Several entries stand out. I hold Gilbert in the strongest esteem, but I simply cannot imagine marriage and all it entails. I've seen so little of the world. I have begun to see a doctor in an attempt to calm my nerves and concentrate my mind. Dr. Alton is kind and gentle, and the fucking salacious, I think is what it's trying to say. It's once again blurry.
It says solicitous.
Solicitous manner with which he listens is as beneficial as any medication. Oh, what rapturous night. The timid Dr. Trevor Alton has surprising depths we had a chance to encounter in the park, whereupon he began to speak to me with such intensity and passion I was quite swept up. Soon his ardent kisses took my breath away. Could it be that I have found love at last? And what then of my engagement to Gilbert? My feelings for Trevor lit. Fucking something seems.
Oh, I think that's a parentheses hint.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that is a.
All I know is it's blurry as fuck to me on my screen. Seems so silly to call him Dr. Alton now. Are as strong as ever, but mixed with concern. He has become moody, even tormented. He complains of his experimental treatment and of his patients. I have told him that I plan to break things off with Gilbert. Trevor and I are to meet in the park this morning. Is in the offering? What?
It says in the offing, so that's a Britishism.
Is a proposal is in the offing?
Is a proposal is in the offing.
That's such a weird sentence.
I don't think the second is should be there.
Yeah, that's why it fucks with me. Anyway, if he does propose, oh please let it be so exclamation point. I shall go directly to Gilbert and break it off with him. A swift, sharp break is the best for everyone. Don't close it yet. I'm gonna show you how fucking blurry this is by taking a screenshot of this and then sending it to you over Discord.
Well, I don't doubt you, but that's why I offered to read to you.
I know, but that would be more annoying to me.
And plus, this is old-timey English. But yeah, I think that's just a grammar mistake.
Yeah. Okay. Close it up. I got what we need to do. We'll get out from there.
Okay. Second clue. Just more paperwork.
Miss Trevor, I must tell you that this evening something unsettling occurred after our tete-a-tete. I think that's how it's pronounced. In the park, I set off for home all the while thinking of you, but suddenly a young woman appeared and began to berate me in the street, never ceasing to shout insults and shameful allegations involving someone named Baxter. Isn't that the same patient you had trouble with? Oh my dear, I managed to slip away, but it was so terribly upsetting. But now I see that it is too late to post this, and I will see you tomorrow in any case, my love.
Okay, so apparently there's a suspect around.
Yes, they're apparently downstairs or something.
Where the fuck are they? On the roof.
Yeah, they're either...
Oh, they are way downstairs. Okay, so that's probably the ground floor. Or the second floor, I'm not sure.
Ground floor.
No, that looks like the second
ground floor.
Oh, that is the ground floor. Okay. Have to walk around the back. Get out of my way, Stubly. Assuming that's you, because you're shiny.
I saw her kissing my man in the park, didn't I? I followed her to the street yesterday, but lost her. I'll come every day if need be, until I catch her again. That trollop better promise to let him alone, or I'll give her what for. He's all mine, I tell you. All the girls want a bit of Baxter,
This is
but
the
they
woman
can't
that was
have him.
berating
You ask
her
him
in the
yourself,
street
he lives
about
just
Baxter
that
the
way.
patient. Alright,
Okay,
now I got
so,
Baxter's place to go to, I guess.
Well, yep, we're going to Baxter's house now. Hopefully it's not across the entire street. I mean, town of London. No, apparently everyone just lives in the same square mile of each other. Why can't everyone just have doors like a normal person?
I don't know.
Okay, so we have 7 clues to find.
You're nothing but a burden to me, a pathetic, schniveling burden. If only I could be rid of you. Written by a left-handed man. Alright?
Apparently, somehow, he can tell that it was a man who wrote that. god, it's full of cocaine.
There's cocaine. I got it.
Well,
we can close it up.
I didn't
Any
ask
empty
about
paper
this.
packets, they have residue.
3 convenient knives.
Yep. Okay.
It's Clue Central over here.
Yeah, a lot of slips of paper around. Okay, left-handed man right in this. I can't extinguish your life, still extinguish hers, written by a left-handed man.
So he just wrote a book and then just tore it apart.
She plans to break her engagement because of you. I won't have it. I shall marry her myself. At least that way she will remain a respectable woman. Written by a right-handed man. Yep, she's a monster of your own making. Alright, let's go. Can you pull up the map?
Yeah, I can.
Because I assume that will help us see who we can have new conversation topics with and who we can't.
Apparently not.
No, it does. The ones with the glowing, glasses.
Oh. Okay, so Dr. Alton's office or Gilbert's house?
Let's go to the doctor's office first, because that's closer.
Okay, so that's the bit down the street there, I think. Okay, it's the other direction. Come on, where are my labels? You tell me where to go. Oh, apparently they do that on the labels themselves too, but it's really hard to tell.
Right. Wrong way. There is once again an archway you could have ducked into.
Oh, you.
Alright, the girl's got something new to say.
That medicine was developed by Dr. Alton specifically for one of our patients, Mr. Shelby. But he's been using it for another patient as well.
Okay, can you do push to talk or something?
Oh, can you hear my chewing? I didn't realize that.
Yes. Okay, so she reinforced the medicine, and I'm assuming you want to go to Gilbert's house because it doesn't look like anyone else here has anything to say. Which is over there. And everyone else's house was on the second floor of every building.
Not Gilbert's.
Hey, Gilbert.
I've never heard of such a man.
Well, that was brilliant. Okay, apparently we have everything we're gonna get.
Can you pull up the dossiers here? Or the information?
Yeah, give me, yeah, that button. I really wish it wasn't this deep in. Okay, so what do you want to look at?
I want to see a list of our suspects' names. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down.
There is no more
like,
down.
I want to go to Baxter on the left thing. Because I don't remember meeting Baxter in person, so why is he here?
Just a dude, apparently.
Elusive man, yeah. So the problem is one of these men is Baxter. And that's the annoying part. Go to the... Can you pull up all the notes we saw on Baxter's house?
Yep, we got scattered paper, scattered... And these are all just scattered paper.
Right, but we have to tell from context clues. We have to figure out from context clues who wrote what that was in Baxter's house. Because whoever Baxter is our killer. It's just Baxter's one of our guys. Okay, so that's written by a right-hand man. I always get what I want is my dude's left hand. She means nothing to you. You are a monster of your own making, written by a right-hand man. Can't distinguish your life, so I shall extinguish it by left-handed man. Scroll up to the other one that's written by a right-handed man. The one that's like, I'll marry her. That one, the one that says. Plans to break her engagement because of you. See, this is what's confusing me. This note, to me, is written by Gilbert, but it's confusing because, like literally the sentence that throws me off is the "I won't have it." Because without that, like, and the because of you, like, the thing is like, we know the doctor's right-handed, right? So boom, he's off the list. But we had to figure out which man's left-handed, and that's annoying because we don't really have a way to do that. Because she plans to break off her engagement because of you. Because of you meaning the doctor's fault. I won't have it. I shall marry her myself, if at least she will remain a respectable woman. So it sounds like this means Gilbert's right-handed, but then fucking who's our left-handed guy? Is it the random patient at the place? He doesn't seem to have a motive. That's what's annoying me, is it all comes down to this fucking note. And, like, I feel like you could read this as, like, you know, she plans to break her engagement because you're an asshole, Gilbert, but I won't have it. I'm gonna marry her myself. Like, I'm the doctor. I'm gonna marry her myself. At least that way she'll remain respectable because, you know, by breaking off her engagement to you and being on her own, she won't be seen as respectable in modern era, you know, in this era of Britain. But yeah, so, because it has to be Gilbert in my mind, but this note fucks with me because of the way it's worded is stupid. Like, ugh. Only sees Baxter on house calls. Go to Lulu. Okay. Go to... Cause here's my other thought. So, either Baxter is Gilbert or it's the doctor. But like cause we know that the victim was meeting Dr. Trevor in the park, which is why, like, oh, I saw them kissing in the park. It's like, okay, so would that'd be Trevor in the park then?
This is slow.
I mean, it's annoying to me because I feel like shit is worded poorly in this, and because of that, it's hard to tell. And that's what's annoying me, is because it's literally down to, in my mind, it's down to like a 50% shot where it's kind of leaning Gilbert, but like I feel like I don't have any evidence that fully proves it's Gilbert. I just have like these left-handed notes, but then there's these right-handed notes, and one of the right-handed notes makes it sound like it might have been written by Gilbert. And like, why would Gilbert own 2 houses? Like, we haven't found like notes that ward why Gilbert would pretend to be this Baxter guy. Like, we have literally no evidence to any kind that connects Gilbert to Baxter, other than like, oh, apparently this one woman saw our victim with Baxter, and we know she's engaged to Gilbert. But like, I literally have no idea why Gilbert would lie and say his name is Baxter. Let's look at.
Well, maybe there's something.
Look at the clues.
Maybe there's.
Can we look at the clues again from Dr. Alton's office?
Yeah, we got his personal note.
Is there hope that our professional relationship does not preclude any closer rapport? That's Miss Knight. Okay. Dear Miss Knight, I would ask that you please suspend Mr. Shelby's prescription. Okay.
And this is Baxter's file.
Baxter now appears to be totally reliant on treatment. He consumes far more than prescribed doses. Help me physically furthermore. Several women over the past few. I don't fucking know. At this point, my mind says
Shelby's file.
Since using this treatment, Mr. Shelby has overcome his perilous timidity, blah 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 blah. But Mr. Baxter, yeah, all this note does is shows that, like, the only other guy, like, my point is, the only guy who could be, unless he's hiding somewhere and the game's literally like, you didn't find him, Gilbert has to be Baxter. Like, unless there's a hint, or like something that's being hidden from us, which we found everything, okay, supposedly. Gilbert has to be Baxter.
Okay. Is Gilbert in Gilbert's house?
Yes, Gilbert's in Gilbert's house. Which is, you're literally standing next to Gilbert's house. You're literally standing next to Gilbert's house.
That would explain why it was hard to find. Okay, you.
I just don't know why
I've
he'd
just
be
lost my life's love.
Like, why he'd be.
How can you accuse me?
Because I'm Jacob Fry, and apparently I was wrong.
Yeah, see this, but this is why I think this is stupid. There is no fucking Baxter. Like, we have zero evidence to fucking figure out who Baxter is.
Okay, so we got.
So here's a bullshit.
A couple more
so here's a bullshit thing. Go accuse the doctor. And here's the bullshit thing I'm gonna bring up now. Because there was notes found in the same house of Baxter's house of both Baxter going back and forth, it's a double personality. Like, and if that's right, I'm calling horseshit on this whole DLC right now. Because that's stupid. Literally, I didn't have enough evidence in my mind to suggest that, other than notes were in the same place. Like, there was no, like...
Oh God, it's true. I couldn't help myself. The powder unleashed a creature within me. He seduced the innocent Prudence.
Yeah,
and
it was the
killed
Jackal
her
and
to prevent us from
Dr.
marrying.
Jackal Hyde
It's
thing, but like,
too horrible.
Yep.
It's just stupid to
I
me
knew something
because
was amiss with the medical powder, but didn't understand until you found
I
those
really
papers.
thought it was gonna be
well
Shelby,
done.
to be honest.
no, there was literally no evidence
guess I was
suggesting it was Shelby.
Well, I mean, I thought it was Shelby because it was like, oh, it helped his timidity, and you know, I guess I was a bit too obvious.
No, but we literally have super solid evidence really quickly that Baxter and Shelby are two different people, because the doctor has notes talking about Shelby and he has notes talking about Baxter in two different ways.
Okay.
So the question is, who's Baxter? Well, we know 100% it's not that. So my thought was it had to be Gilbert for whatever reason, because we literally had, you know, the doctor was right-handed. But yeah, it's literally the bullshit. The bullshit was because both of those notes are in Baxter's house. The ones clearly written by the doctor, like a back and forth between the doctor and Baxter, are written in the same house. It's supposed to, that is somehow, because I think this is bullshit, because there's such a things as letters that you can mail, but because those notes are in Baxter's house, you're supposed to put together that it's, you know, it's an argument of the same person. Like, the same person's having an argument with themselves with, like, double personality bullshit. And that's Dr. Trevor's apparently got a double personality thing going on. And that's fucking stupid.
So, since, do you just want me to close up this
I mean,
case?
I'm gonna read it here, but Dr. Trevor Elton's experimental medication seemed to be so successful on one of his patients that he tried it on himself and created a monster. Going under the name of Baxter, the second drug-addled personality lived a wild, scandalous life, seducing women as he went. The unsuspecting Prudence Brown, believing him to be Dr. Elton, fell in love with the passionate Baxter. Meanwhile, Baxter continued his seductions, which included the possessive Lulu, who later followed Prudence, planning to threaten her. Horrified by Baxter's actions, Dr. Elton resolved to marry Prudence in order to save her reputation. Baxter, however, could not have his freedom curtailed in any way and arranged a meet with Miss Brown.
Arranged A2 meet. Wow, this really is written
A2
badly.
meet. Arranged to meet Miss Brown in the park, where he viciously murdered her, a crime for which Dr. Elton will pay the price. But yeah, that's the stupid thing. It's like double personality bullshit. And in my opinion, it wasn't good enough of evidence to suggest truly a double personality thing off the bat.
Well, I don't know when you figured it out, but I think I figured it out before, or at least considered it before we talked to Gilbert the third time.
Well, so the thing that annoyed me was, like, I literally had, in my mind, there was no good reason for Baxter being any of the men in this case.
Okay,
and like, the only reason I decided to guess that, Jeff, the only reason I decided to guess what I did, was because,
well, we're gonna be traveling for a while, so we got time to bullshit about, apparently,
yeah,
this case.
so the only reason I put together the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing was, one, it's Victorian England, so Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is like just us, like, you know, it's a legend, / you know, it's a story from this time. So I guess it's just an easy thing for them to just be like, oh, this is in, like, let's reference that in the game. Like, this is the inspiration for that tale, or some bullshit. Like,
walk on, go.
I mean, right? But well, the tale is fiction. That's like my point is this is, you know, and so I was like that, but like in my mind I was like, that's stupid. Like, I didn't expect the game to try to pull this stupid nonsense like this. And to me, there was no very clear evidence suggesting they were the same person. It was just Baxter's house had notes written by the doctor. Well, like, okay, there's such a thing as mail, he could have mailed those. Like, there is literally not enough evidence put in the game to show that it was double personality. Like, literally nothing in the game, in my opinion, was strong enough to suggest the double personality. So if they wanted to do this this story, they fucked it up super hard because they literally didn't. They refused to put in enough evidence to suggest a double personality nonsense.
So you think there's not enough of a premise in the game for us to get supernatural?
I mean, I'm not gonna call it supernatural because I think that particular case didn't have enough evidence even to suggest double personality. Like, that's just something you have to be like, oh, it's Victoria, England, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is a thing, and this case involves a doctor. There's literally no connection you have to make. There's no evidence, in my opinion, in that case that is strong enough to give you an inkling of that. You just have to know Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is a story that takes place in Victoria, England, and this murder happens to have a doctor in it. And then from there, you can be like, oh, I guess these notes found in Baxter's house are the two of them arguing with one another. Because for whatever reason, they have to argue over notes, even though they're the same person. And like almost all versions of media, when that one person like that argues, it's literally just say it out loud and the other one knows it. So, I don't know. All I know is it was fucking stupid, in my opinion.
You ready for Death Stalks the Colonel?
I guess, but at this point, I have no high hopes for this DLC. I think that last case was absolutely stupid.
We still got more cases. We got more detectiving.
Yeah, but I expected again to not give us enough hints and to pull on some stupid twist.
Firearms in this neighborhood.
I suspect the solution will turn on geometry, timing, and human nature.
There may be a penny dreadful in it. Look into it, won't you?
Okay, fine, I'll go. I guess I'll go to the only place you highlighted.
How it started last time.
Yeah, on my way. I need to factory things. Hello, dead guy.
Louis Prescott killed by a single bullet that entered his chest, passed directly through his heart, and exited from his back.
I think this might be the first case where we actually get an interesting gimmick. You want to talk to people or look at clues first?
Find all the clues first. Clues then people.
Clues then people.
The banner for the 11th Regiment of Foot marked Gold Coast Ashanti.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
Well, Jacob, that's about being a detective. You have to look at all the clues.
Now that I've seen this, I should ask
a
more
single
questions.
white feather.
Nope, clues. Hey, giant clock.
This is annoying because the game kind of staggered for a bit and I didn't see anything. There's a hexagonal shape. Bullet lodged exactly below the numeral 12.
I should return and find out about
the clock is still running.
The previous clue we got was a single white feather was on the ground.
No. Jeff, I saw it. The reason I didn't start reading that as soon as I could, the clock, was because when you walked up to the clock, the stream freaked out.
Fair enough.
A hole made by a hexagonal bullet. The hole is bloody, so he was sitting on this bench when he was shot, presumably.
Okay, where are all my other clues? There's some blood. Well, that's convenient.
Spread in a way that indicates the direction of the bullet. Oh, okay, so the bullet hit the bench.
I wonder what these lines mean.
They're the trajectories of bullets.
It's an empty munitions crate.
Yeah, the lines are the trajectory of bullets. Empty munition crate, clearly marked, blah 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 blah. But yeah, if you look, they're the trajectories of the bullets to hit certain things, and it says which one hit the victim, and the answer is the top line hit the victim because we know the bloody bullet hole in the bench.
Okay, so do you want to talk to people since we did all the clues? Well, I guess you.
He was a good man, very honourable. I'm proud to have served under Colonel Prescott in the 11th Foot Gold Coast, Africa. Prescott put that up in memory of the time he led a sortie across the Pra River to outflank Ashanti warriors. Things turned out badly that day. Horrific.
Hopefully this isn't gonna get.
We lost several of our comrades. Prescott wanted us to remember them.
And, colonially.
I was on my way here. Heard 2 shots, I did. Right at the stroke of noon. Bullet hole in the clock. That's a new one. It could have already been there when I arrived at noon. Or maybe it was the second shot I heard.
Thank you, Jonas. Now what do you have to say for yourself, old guy?
From what I can gather, Prescott was shot almost exactly at 12 o'clock noon. When Colonel Prescott retired from the army, he used his connections and started this munitions factory. He wanted the men that served with him to have work when they left the army. The young lads across the street were fooling with a pistol they'd found. A bullet must have gone astray through the wooden fence. Hit Mr. Prescott smack in the chest.
Oh yeah, you're a cop.
Bloody unlucky for all concerned. Apparently they put the clock there while doing some repairs. It still runs, I notice.
Thank you, Mr. Aberdeen.
Okay, exit the courtyard. Can you hit Eagle Vision while we're standing here? Hit Eagle Vision while we're standing here. Nope, Jeff, go back to that bullet hole and hit Eagle Vision. I need to follow the line. Figure out which bullet this is. Okay, so the one from across the street, the one from over here in the alley is what hit the clock, so this is not the kill shot. The kill shot's the one that comes from up above.
Okay, what do we do? It seems like it's bending somehow.
What?
I don't know, it's just like, perspective's kind of weird. Maybe if I look at it from over here.
You can go back to the alley and start searching, Jeff. So the trajectory.
Okay, so there's another clue around here, and it's over there.
Right, but the kid didn't. The shot from the kid isn't what killed. The shot hit the clock.
Well, you want to talk to this kid?
Yep.
What do you know, tiny child?
We stood right there on the mark and shot the target. I went to shoot, but there was
Victorian
a
England.
bang. I was surprised and missed the target completely. It wasn't me who killed the man. I'm no murderer. We stood right there.
Oops.
We found a revolver underneath the lumberyard window.
Getting my D-pad
Don't know where
and
it came
my left
from.
stick confused because of the other game I'm playing right now.
We found a
Okay,
revolver underneath the lumberyard window.
Yeah. You already talked to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I need
Don't
to
know where it
find the
came
other
from.
crime scene.
Yeah, we have to climb up here.
Okay, so the second shot. Huh?
Yeah, it came from where he said the gun fell. So go by where the gun fell.
And I'm assuming that's over here. So it fell.
So go up this building now. Enter there.
Only one clue, eh? And it's this gun.
Yeah, it's our murder weapon.
It's a very fancy gun.
All right, and it's from the 11th Regiment of Foot, Gold Coast. So the people that served under him. Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we
so
should.
Should what?
What he just said, reinterrogate the suspects. The answer is that those two guys down were at the first site. One of them's likely our killer.
Okay. Guess this is the only exit. Did it say on the top left and I completely missed it?
Hey, what on the top left?
The reinterrogation? Or did he literally say it?
Jacob literally said it, and there was a subtitle underneath him. But yeah, my guess is there's someone we can reinterrogate, because that's what he said. Unless there's an area we didn't go to yet. Jeff, they have the red mark on. If there was something we could re-ask, they have a red mark on them, so.
It's a bit too compact for me to tell. There might be something in the back right corner that we didn't go and look at.
I don't know. So here's the thing. Hit Eagle Vision. Just stand right here. Stand right here. Don't move. And you moved. I need to follow lines. So I want you to stand. See that pole, that concrete pole that's in the entryway there? Stand next to that pole. Turn your camera towards where the lines are headed, and then let me look. Because now we have a third shot. Apparently. Turn it the other way so I can see across the street to see where the bullets came from, not where they landed. Because what we need to do is we have to follow these lines, Jeff.
Okay, I'm assuming
that's how we're gonna find our different zones we can look at.
So the first floor here. Hey, Mr. Nerd.
Him and me like to insult each other. I was a lieutenant under his command in Africa. I love the army. No one questions you when you wear a uniform. Anyways, every morning when he arrived, we'd call out and joke with each other. Yeah. Well, Prescott led a flanking sortie that went wrong. Lots of casualties. Some men called the colonel a coward, but it were really just bad luck. Anyway, he resigned. To make amends, he offered work at his factory whenever one of us left the army. I admit it. I sell stolen rifles and pistols. All very hush-hush. Black market.
You know, I'm just...
I made that shot. Early this morning, Prescott challenged me to plug the 12 from my shot. I missed just slow. No one witnessed it. It was too early in the morning. I brought that gun back from Africa. I was a sniper fighting the Ashanti. I used that gun this morning for Prescott's challenge. It's the only Whitworth we have. I'd never sell it.
So apparently that's the only thing we got there. Says there's somewhere else that I can investigate. Where is it? Take a look at.
Anyway, go.
What's your idea? I have no idea where to go.
I wanna find the exact positions of where all the shots came from. So I need you to be in Eagle Vision so I can see the lines. So the kid was standing there. There should be one in here in this window where it says shooter.
It looks like it ends here.
Well, this is where the shooter stood, Jeff. So it shoots across. And then there's the one that's really high up. So that one that's up above, we need to find where that one is. Like where that shot came from. Because that's our kill shot. If I remember correctly.
Let's see if we can take a literal look at it. Come on, just climb up, Jacob. Just climb. Here we go. Now let's figure out where the line. Can you stare at it? Because I don't know what this one's doing. It's going into a brick wall. So I guess that means it's faulty information. Based on where Jacob thinks it went.
Or it came from up higher. I feel like the game should have got rid of the line once we found like where it came from. Because right now we have 2 shots this morning and where they came from.
Well, we might not have, oh, apparently we can get here. Oh, it's the same shop as downstairs. Yeah, according to the game, there's nothing else here. I'm assuming that means that we're still missing something.
Well, yeah, the game hasn't said we found everything yet.
It said that it unlocked a new place for us to go. So I'm not sure where that is. Maybe if I take like a really close look around and try to find all this.
I mean, if you pull up your map, we know they show up on the map.
Okay, that's apparently as close as I'm gonna get, so that's not exactly helpful. We got the attic, courtyard, shop. That's not helpful.
I don't see a fourth or I don't see a fifth magnifying glass. See if there's something new we can question the people anywhere about. No, there isn't. Another kid shot.
Might have to Google this because it's gonna.
No, hit the thing. Hit your eyesight here. Follow this line that's currently going through your body. Follow it exactly. No, the other way. The other way. Follow it. So it starts there, and where does it go? I want to find the shot that hits the body. I want to double check exactly which shot hit the body. It's not that one. The top line. So that. Yeah, no impact there. But anyway, so turn. I'm getting my lines mixed up. I need you to turn around. Stand right where you are, but turn around so I can see where the shot started from. So annoying.
Started from.
Because the one the kid made has no impact, and the other one goes weirdly up, and the shot that hit the clock comes from the shot this morning. The supposed morning shot, and the shot that killed our guy is the line you're currently standing inside of is the shot that killed our guy.
Yeah, the one that somehow starts at the brick wall.
Yeah, and literally none of the trajectories line up for the other ones.
Just give me a second. I'm gonna try and figure out what our fourth location is.
I'm pretty sure just climb the nearby buildings all the way up, Jeff. Like.
Okay, we can climb the building.
Because my guess is what we're gonna find out is that, you know, our shot comes from higher up than we initially thought, or something is what's gonna happen.
Well, I guess we're going all the way to the tippy top.
At least for now. So unless we can find another entry.
Well, there's these watermarks.
Oh yeah, hold on. Go look at those watermarks again. I bet I figured out where we need to go. Let me. What are these marks in? Hit that O.
Beer.
Okay, let's follow this path of these puddles, these beer puddles. Maybe our shot came from a vehicle, and that's why the trajectory line goes into an impossible place, is because we're missing a vehicle. That the shot came from.
I forgot you want Jacob to move. But the problem is I'm getting it confused with all the other puzzles.
If you use eagle vision, it makes them stick out.
Oh, so this is what they were talking about. Okay, we got 4 clues. Hello, Barrel. Did you do the murder?
Okay, so all locations unlocked. So this is the last location now. Okay, so the orphan's shot hit this barrel, which is why when we follow its trajectory line, there's no impact.
Because the truck stole their bullet.
Okay.
Okay, Splat, what's your story? Oh, it's a dead bird.
Where our feather came from.
Someone plucked this bird. If I remember when we got here, the next clue should be around here. Well, apparently I was wrong. Where are you, clue?
Yeah, treatment for some random disease that's transmitted by the tsetse flies in Africa.
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Okay, but we got two people here to talk to. You want to talk to Round Guy or his other?
I mean, this is literally the only person we can see right now that we can talk to. Because I don't know where the second person is.
Oh, you're right. That's weird. I figured it'd be that guy. Well, apparently you win.
Saw him each morning as I drove
or
by.
Do you have
Seemed like a good sort.
And that's why he counts two people.
Saw him each morning as I drove by. Seemed like a good sort. We lost an entire barrel of beer, damn it. I heard two loud bangs, but thought nothing of it. Later, I found a bullet hole in a barrel. Imagine that, a bullet hole. My lad Samuel might know more. He's around back, tossing trash in the river.
That's an appropriate place for garbage.
The poor lad. Fell on
Yeah,
my doorstep a few years ago. He's in a bad way, has some sort of malady. Rides in the back while I make deliveries. Hard worker, very determined.
So Samuel is probably the second person.
And Samuel's our killer, most likely. So, because we know the orphan's bullet, if we follow the shot from the orphan's bullet, it hits the beer barrel. If there was something in the way at the time. The other shot that's from the one guy we talked to, that hits
along the way. There was an hole in a barrel.
That hits
for that. That's for some sickness I picked up a while ago. Can't remember the name of it.
No one can remember the name of it.
I mean, it's hard to pronounce the name. Anyway.
Apparently there's a re-interrogation at the,
Yeah, we can go do that. My guess is it's to ask. So we know some of the men that we've talked to served in this unit, so now we can ask them about Samuel's, my guess. But yeah, so the trick here is we have. Where are you going?
I thought it was this way.
No.
No, it was down another street. Oh,
I don't see. There isn't anybody new to talk to, though. I don't see anything about anybody new to talk to.
What the hell were they talking about at re-interrogation?
I mean, could it have been the guy at the one of the guys at the brewery? No, none of our guys have the red mark next to him.
Okay.
I think we have all the information.
Apparently we can move on. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, because now the quest says make an accusation. It's so pull up the hit. I'm gonna quickly explain it to you. Just turn where you're standing. Ah, fucking! I wish there wasn't a delay. It's so irritating that there's a delay between me, because you're like, oh, I'm gonna have you drive, right? But then there's a delay. So anytime I tell you to do anything, you're already like 30 seconds off from where I wanted you to be, which is super irritating when I want to see certain things. Hit Eagle Vision right now. Stop moving. Hit Eagle Vision right now. I want to look at the bullet trajectories as I explain what happened. You need to get closer so I can see the bullet trajectories.
Unfortunately, Sprint and Eagle Vision are mutually exclusive features.
But yeah, so if you look here, right, we have the kid's shot, which hits nothing. And as we found out, it hits a barrel that's in the wagon as the wagon is right here, right? Which is why we have a beer spill on the ground. The other trajectory that's low on the ground here, this other one from the window, hits the clock, is the one that hits the clock. So if you turn to look at the clock, you'll see that the line goes straight to the clock from there. But this other one, that is our kill shot, and we know is our kill shot because of the blood trail tied to that trajectory, must have come from our wagon, because it's the shot that has no spot over here that it could have came from. So it came from the wagon at the same time that the kid shot the wagon.
Yep.
So go accuse Samuel. He holds getting that disease that disease that's probably going to be the death of him, he holds that disease against his commanding officer. So he killed his commanding officer.
Well, I guess we're going to figure it out, considering that everyone we correctly accuse just gives it up immediately.
His goddamn cowardice in Africa got me best friends killed. He should have faced a firing squad.
About the casualties.
Very good sleuthing on your part.
Fuck up he did.
It's a miracle anyone survived what with all those bullets whizzing about.
Oh, yeah, so it is. I couldn't understand what you were saying. I thought you were saying, nope, it wasn't him. I was like, what?
No, the motive was slightly different. Yeah, the first sentence explains it.
An army sharpshooter watches his friends die in a bungled military maneuver and vows revenge. Slowed by a tropical disease contracted on the Gold Coast, Private Samuel Freed spent years planning his vengeance on Prescott, the colonel whose cowardice meant death for his companions. He taunted Prescott with the symbolic white feather, and then at the stroke of dawn, or stroke of noon, took his final revenge. Many bullets flew that day. A bullet from the shop attic lodged in the factory clock. A bullet from a revolver found by some children lodged in the passing beer cart. And a bullet fired by Samuel from the back of the cart struck Prescott and directly killed him. So yeah, so the trick to this one was understanding and following the trajectories, and this one was easy because you just needed to place everything, and then the trickiness to this one was finding all the locations, because people in this case didn't tell you to find each location. You had to follow things to find every single location in this case.
Okay, London, where's this next one gonna be?
We
get some choice. Do you want to do the mystery of the twice dead professor, Locked in to Die, or the Fiend of Fleet Street?
Let's do. What's that bottom left one again?
I think this one is Locked in to Die.
So that's probably a locked room murder. What's the north one? The one directly north of this one.
The twice dead professor.
Okay. So that must mean that our victim got attacked twice. Or which thing killed him is up in the air. And then the one that's Fleet Street, if it's a barber, I'm gonna rage that did it. So if we go look at the Fleet Street one.
You want to go there, or you just want to actually do that one?
Yeah, we can do that one. But if it turns, if the answer to that one is that a barber did it, I'm gonna fucking rage. Because,
I'd look forward to it.
Sweeney Todd and Sweeney Todd is the full story that, Sweeney Todd the musical. The full name of it is Sweeney Todd the Demon Barber of Fleet Street.
So you think they're just being lazy at this point?
I think this one might be, yeah.
That's a girl?
You're not even gonna wait. You're gonna be like, well, he did it, and then the game's gonna be like, oh, fooled you.
No, I'm gonna put it together. Once again. If the clues don't seem to put any obvious thing together, I'm gonna be super pissed, and I'm just gonna be like, well, it must be the barber. I also called the game on original if it turns out to be, a barber that's killing people, turning them into meat pies or something, which is what Sweeney Todd stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if the game has the balls to do that, but I could be wrong.
I mean, that is the plot of Sweeney Todd.
So yeah, all you're gonna do is just rack your brain and be like, old English set plays, and that's gonna
Who's a good horse? You are.
I think it's funny because I don't even
yeah. There's a movie of it. Otherwise,
I'm the protagonist.
Keep moving. There's a movie, but otherwise it's a stage musical. Anyway, the plot of Sweeney Todd, for those who don't know, is that Sweeney Todd, in the movie portrayed by Johnny Depp, he's a barber,
Steady
and I forget why, but he ends up committing a murder where he kills a guy, and then to hide the body, his tenant who lives under him, who's also like in love with him.
That's the way.
Decides to ground up the body to hide it and put it into meat pies. However, the meat pies start to sell really well because of it, and people are in love with this meat pie. So.
Well, apparently it's a missing detective.
Okay.
And we gotta wait for the time to change. Sorry. That's why the game like locks up. It's trying to load this.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Sweeney Todd, so I don't remember how the murdering starts.
This is one
Pretty sure he murders
most
someone
promising.
to protect someone.
An important detective is missing. Skullduggery is surely afoot.
Solve it, and I'll write it up quick as you please.
I'm guessing Artie is the one talking.
The camera wants to be up so it had both people in the shot. That's what it was trying to do.
Okay, our first character is a barber.
Yeah, I mean, so the trick here is that at the end of the day, I bet you Fleet Street is a real street in England. Like, at the end of the day.
Is out looking for him as we speak. Ironically, he came here on an investigation himself. Seems several people have gone missing in this part of town. We've had reports of missing people over the last few months. Detective Murphy is just the most recent and the only one who's anybody to speak of.
Yeah, they're in meat pies, dumbass.
Well, better figure out this one that's too obvious. Hey, it's a bakery. Flower shop and one good shop.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, Jeff, no matter what they end up doing with this one, it's gonna, in the long run, be someone's killing people and putting them into pies. Like, that's the long run of this one.
Okay, since we already know the answer,
they might try to change, like, oh, it's not a barber shop, it's a leather shop, because you still need a thing, and instead of the meat, it's being cooked into the food at the bakery, not, I mean, maybe you can get meat pies at a bakery, but I'm pretty sure, meat pies are their own kind of place to get them. But anyway, let's look at the clues first again. Clues always first. Oh, yeah, my only thought is that they might be shuffling shit around. Women's jacket made of soft crushed leather decorated with diamond-shaped holes. Okay.
So maybe someone at Ubisoft was like, you can't just copy that story. You have to change it at least a little bit.
Yeah, so that's I guess the twist is like the types of shops involved change, but it's gonna still be it's gonna end up being like two people are involved. One of them's killing people, the other one's baking them into pies to hide the body. Made of pale leather. On the bottom is a fading green image. It appears to be something. Yeah, the second he's like, lots of people in this area are going missing. I'm like, uh-huh. Is there a demon barber on this street? A sack of manure for the plants. Examination shows that small bits of bone are mixed in. One appears to be a human knuckle. Yeah, okay. So here we go. There you go. The twist in it is instead of putting it into meat pies, they're putting it into the manure, the stuff for the flowers.
Which, to be fair, is a better way to hide the bodies, because then it's just going into dirt.
Yeah, but if it's going into meat pies that people are then eating, Jeff,
yeah,
it's even harder to find them in the long run. It's just super fucked up.
In this kind of
It's just super fucked up.
Well, she's very unflapped by this. Then again, they are British. Hey, the barber shop. There it is.
An odd man indeed. He spent a fair amount of time in here, poking around. Some people around town just seem to vanish.
To say, so apparently they are mysterious. Used to this.
George delivers that to us. It's amazing. The flowers just grow and grow.
It's almost like it's
Sweet
unnatural
boy.
or something.
Constantly giving my assistant gifts.
So who's
a
George
jacket,
now?
A handbag and so on. Sweet boy.
I don't know.
Constantly giving my assistant gifts.
I know, but we're gonna have to figure out who George is my point.
Okay, so we got the leather goods shop, the barber shop, and the bakery.
I'll just go to the bakery.
No way we can talk to her again.
George is my sweetheart.
Yeah, probably about George.
I think he plans to propose marriage soon. Maybe even today.
George is her husband.
Sweetheart, that he's gonna propose. That's not marriage yet. And because it's nearby, I go to the bakery. But yeah, so here's the thing, Jeff. They ripped off Sweeney Todd, but because they didn't want it to be too dark, they removed the cannibalism aspect.
Oh, that's
so the bodies are in the manure instead of being eaten by people.
Several from George for meat delivery.
Or maybe George is doing a bunch of things with the bodies, including the cannibalism thing, because now there's meat deliveries from George.
Is there a human knuckle in this box? Well, yeah, it's just been sitting outside, apparently.
Ready meat with no label. The meat smells a little odd.
Unusual. I wonder if someone could tell me more about
okay, maybe
this.
we are going full Sweeney Todd with this.
He was in there asking about missing people. Bought a meat pie, he did. Stayed and chatted for a few minutes, then headed off to the barber. I'm told that some people have gone missing, but I don't know anything about it. George delivers meat from the pies. Lovely lad. I pay on delivery. I believe he picks it up from a local butcher shop.
Okay. So in Sweeney Todd, there's a child that they have do a bunch of shit. That's presumably who George is now. He's the kid who ends up, he doesn't know what he's doing, but he does it. Anyway, what's that area to the right?
Shop. The butcher shop.
Yeah, let's go to the butcher shop first.
You just want to accuse him immediately? You did it.
No, it's gonna be the barber, Jeff. I'm telling you, now that we know there's a barber shop, it's the fucking barber. They're not gonna be original about this, Jeff.
You mean the annoying cunt nosing around? I told him to sod off.
He's probably gonna tell us that he doesn't give George any meat. That's probably what this guy's probably gonna tell us.
Around here, though, my sales have dropped off. George? I don't know.
Yeah, and then we're gonna bring up George, and he's like, George doesn't do it. Yeah, exactly. So the woman's like, yeah, George must get it from the butcher shop. Butcher shop says, I don't know, George. Because, yeah, no, George is getting it from the barber.
Well, do you want to go to the barber or the leather goods shop?
Go to the leather goods shop, because it's the next closest building.
Short and sweet. That's how I'd want to do it.
But as I said, I'm telling you right here, right now, it's just the barber. This is exactly Sweeney Todd now. You can go in that door. You can go in that door. Turn around. Turn around. See that door?
Okay, it's that door. I was like, it disappeared. Like, where'd it go?
Alright, let's find the clues first.
Where are you, clues? It's like one room. It shouldn't be hard to find.
I mean, it might not be one room. There might be like another floor.
Yep. Get out of my way.
Oh.
I need to get to your second floor.
Oh yeah, is there stairs here you can go? Yeah, you can just go upstairs.
This is how cops work, right? I just bust into buildings and take what I want.
I mean, you're not a cop, so yes. Collection of sharp knives and strong, thick needles. Also several awes, some of which could be used to punch distinctive shaped holes.
Like
our body's missing in this case, correct? Our body's currently missing.
I think we're working a missing persons case, not a dead guy case.
Yeah. And the answer is he's dead and in a meat pie. A sheet of leather with a diamond-shaped hole in it.
Okay, well, he does his job, apparently.
I want to know what this diamond-shaped hole... I want to know what these diamond-shaped holes are about, because we found that in a bunch of
questions. I believe I answered them
well,
to his satisfaction.
We found it on, like, the first clue we found, which is just some dress on the floor.
Yeah, but my point is why? Why is there a diamond-shaped thing in all these clothes?
Because apparently he has the punch to them.
Why would you want to know about him? Stupid boy. He does
why would you
deliver
punch
leather on occasion, but I really have very little to do with him.
So he barely knows George. Who the fuck is this guy?
So as he said, George delivers tan leather. It's human skin. That guy's... They added more fucked upness to it in the fact that there's now a leather shop that's selling the human skin.
How do I get into the barber shop?
Left. You go straight through here and then take a left.
Okay, cool.
Give me an entrance someplace. One thing's right there.
LA, Infected from the front, huh? Just sharp things.
Yep, barber's tools.
Huh, bloodstain. Don't stand on the bloodstain. Huh.
Barbershop blood. Several drops of blood. Someone has stepped in it, leaving a trail. Which we can follow the trail now if we wanted, but before we follow the trail, let's talk to Sweeney Todd here.
His name is Feeney Todd.
Wow!
Yeah,
I wonder who the murderer is! Jeff, can we accuse him already? I literally kind of want to just accuse him already.
Notices a tattoo right at the base of his neck.
I'll tell you if I see it.
Green Celtic cross it was.
I don't know when the option's
You're right.
locked.
Several people have disappeared over the past months.
People have been disappearing.
Some of them were customers of mine. You're right.
Oops.
I'm trying to quit drinking. Sometimes my hand shakes when I'm given a shave. George was in here earlier, getting an haircut. He wanted to look nice for his girl.
We can't accuse everybody.
He's been seeing Joanna from the flower shop for some time now. Said he's finally saved up enough money.
Oh, Johanna's another character. Johanna's another character from Sweeney Todd.
Well, you ready to follow that?
Yep.
Because I didn't see an accuse option.
No. Well, so they might do something where they make it so that, like, the obvious it's not Sweeney Todd. Like, they make it so that it's not Sweeney Todd because they want to try to make it so that it's not obvious. I don't know.
Do you think it's gonna be,
I
they're gonna throw it on to
feel
George? Oh. Well, apparently we can go accuse people, so you want to fucking just go accuse them?
No, I want to... Let's explore everything we can explore here.
This is an investigation area, so where are the clues? Where are your clues?
We'll go upstairs?
Okay, it's way upstairs.
Oh, we just heard a body drop.
Well, that's... okay. Hey, buddy. Well, somehow we know this is George.
So George is dead. Diamond-shaped hole again.
Well,
They
it can't
close
be George, he died.
I mean, I know it's not going to be George. We have more bloody footprints to follow, I think. Or are those George's bloody footprints? Diary entry indicating that George is becoming increasingly suspicious concerning his deliveries. Now that I have enough set aside to propose to Johanna, I've written to the detective about my suspicions, blah, 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 blah. But they do end up killing the kid in Sweeney Todd. There is a Johanna and there is a love story with it. I just don't remember who the character that's in love with Johanna is. Because it's not Sweeney Todd, but, like, is that guy a detective or is he someone else? Like...
Okay, so these are his deliveries. Meat to the bakery, manure to the florist, leather to Tobias, leather delivered to leather worker.
Yeah, okay. You can close out of that now.
Okay, so we got our clues. Should we follow the footprints out the window?
Well, so I want to double check the direction of those footprints, but yeah.
Never mind. They
Okay,
don't go anywhere.
Just don't climb out anyway. I want to climb out through that window anyway. Because I'm aware that the game's not highlighting those ones, but I want to see if the footprints on the ground go through the door, if they go up this, like if they stop at the wall or something. Where are the footprints we followed here?
They went in the window.
Anyway, we have someone who murdered George, but there's an argument to be made that...
We can probably go back and re-interrogate people if you want.
Yeah, I think there might be new interrogations. I can actually see that there's new interrogations somewhere to your right, because I can see the little red bit next to someone's head. So someone over in this area has new stuff to say.
Back to the beginning.
Yeah, I wanna know about this.
Hey, lady. Oh, you're Joanna.
George, I hoped he'd stop by. I want to see his new haircut. You must be at his house. Oh,
sorry
I do
about
hope
that,
he
lady.
proposes soon.
He's super dead. Oh, apparently that's it. Now it's just tell us to accuse someone.
Well, so I personally don't think there's a whole lot of evidence that they once again put into this, because I think they're leaning on the fact that people know the story. Because all we have is really a blood puddle, in my opinion. Like, it's... The thing that annoys me is, like, the diamond hole thing is what is the important aspects, right?
Yep.
But I don't... Can we pull up the evidence? I want to figure out, like, my brain says yes, it's 100% the Sweeney Todd guy, but, like, cause duh. But, like, I want to figure out where these diamond holes are coming from, because they're literally in everything. Crate with meat, no label, okay, that's human meat.
It was all this.
Decorated with diamond-shaped holes. What is the manure?
Oh, you want to look at the manure?
Yeah. Because that had human remains in it, okay. Leather bag, did the leather bag have diamond-shaped holes in it?
No, it had a cross on it.
Oh. And so here's our linchpin evidence. Someone said something about a man with a green cross getting their hair cut.
Sure.
And there's the skin from that person. Anyway, go to the leather shop stuff now.
This one was where the distinctive punches were. Apparently it said distinctive, not diamond specifically.
Right, and then go to leather scrap.
This one had a diamond-shaped hole in it. And I think that beyond the body, that was all the diamond holes in our file.
Okay, because like I do feel like part of this diamond thing might be because like they're gonna be like, oh no, it was the leather guy, but like we knew, but why? The reason why I'm like, what? Why would it be the leather guy? Is because like we know that we know that. So the annoying thing to this one is like, I'm waiting for the twist to be, oh no, it's the leather guy because of all the diamond-shaped holes. But then it's like, okay, but like, what's the diamond-shaped holes about? Like, why are there diamond-shaped holes? And my only thing is to like, the holes are there to like, take, like, suspicion. And it's also it's to like remove like a nipple or something, you know, things that are on the human body that if you flayed the skin you would want to get rid of. But like you know, marks that clearly show that it's the thing. But yeah. But yeah, I do think it's stupid because we know George is running around making deliveries, and we have an obvious Sweeney Todd character.
Somehow Frederick Aberline is one of our suspects, even though he's a detective himself.
I mean, yeah. But like, I'm 100% of the belief that these diamond-shaped holes are supposed to point at the fact that it's the leather person. So who's the leather person?
I think it might be Steve.
And that's their creative. It's not Sweeney Todd.
Is Tobias Jeffers.
Well, then go accuse Tobias, because I bet you bottom dollar this is their... We didn't really put all that much evidence into it, but if you know the story of Sweeney Todd, then you're supposed to know that this one detail has nothing to do with Sweeney Todd.
Okay, buddy, Mr. Scratchy Arms.
So even though he's getting deliveries of his own human flesh shit...
Well,
they got parceled out to the baker, the florist, and me.
Yep.
You very cleverly puzzled that one out.
Way possible.
A very unpleasant crime.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, we want to make it obvious it's Sweeney Todd, and that this is literally just the story of Sweeney Todd, but then we put this one detail in there that doesn't actually line up with anything from Sweeney Todd. But the thing I think is kind of weird is that, like, the deliveries of the leather are going to the leather shop. Anyway, even a detective can run a drill when a nefarious business is afoot. When Detective Murphy is getting too close to a secret source of raw goods, a leather worker was in the habit of doing away with local folk, flaying them and then chopping them up. He had the skin tanned for leather, the bones ground up to sell as manure, and the bloody flesh sold to supply pie shops with cheap meat, all delivered by an unwitting carter, George. Thus did the fiend take macabre pleasure in seeing his victims happily consumed by the citizens of Beach Street. Which, like, there we go, that's the twist. Just, we did Sweeney Todd. We did Sweeney Todd.
So we have the twice dead professor and the locked in death game.
Let's go do the twice dead professor.
Now I just gotta go find it. At least these three are sorta near.
But yeah, now I want to pull up and try to remember who all is in the story of Sweeney Todd, though. Because I know there's a Johanna, but the person who's delivering the stuff is a kid.
Oh, George is an idiot, isn't that good? George was too dumb to do the cannibalism job correctly, so we had to get murdered.
So Sweeney Todd, the musical, actually started from a Penny Dreadful. The character Sweeney Todd originated in a serialized Victorian popular fiction known as Penny Dreadful. The story, called The String of Pearls, was published in a weekly magazine during the winter of 1846 to 1847. Set in 1785, the story featured the principal villain, a certain Sweeney Todd, and included all the plot elements used in later versions. The Murder's Cover story was turned into a play before the ending had even been revealed in print. The expanding edition appeared in 1850, blah blah, the American version, and blah blah. Replayed in 1865. By 1870, Sweeney Todd was a familiar character to most historians.
I'm gonna have to try and outrun away because apparently this is a landless area. And I'm currently being hunted. So yeah, apparently that's how they're getting by stealing all these stories. That in context, apparently, the guy telling us to do this is writing Penny Dreadful.
So I'm curious if all of these relate to an actual Penny Dreadful now. Like, if literally every single one is referenced to an actual Penny Dreadful.
The guy figured out how to get on the roof. And I got shot. So, I probably shouldn't be an idiot and run out here like a moron. Gonna have to do this politely, apparently. Because I'm level 2 and it's happening in a level 6 area. Well, the quest is unlocked. I'm gonna go for it, obviously. It's the point of being here.
Yeah, what were some of the other ones we did?
Apparently this one's
The case of the conflicted courtship. I'm literally now gonna click on them to see if there's like on every single one if there's like that we've done. If there's like a thing that goes, oh, they like this one, like at the bottom, like there's a trivia thing on each one that's like this story references this. A Penny Dreadful.
Are there seriously guys just guarding the case? I guess I'll go into the alley unless they figure it out. I think they're about yeah, because of the plug-in. Ready to fire!
So yes, the one that I said was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, according to this, is referencing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, according to the Assassin's Creed wiki. What other ones? I know, but I'm trying to find all the ones we've done and not look at the ones we haven't done to see if they all are based on the Penny Dreadful. Because that's my thought now, is that they're all based on different Penny Dreadfuls, like actual Penny Dreadfuls.
Anyway,
Except for
to the case.
The first one isn't based on anything, but that's just like a tutorial of here's how you do it.
Here's an especially
what was the other one we did?
Perfect for a penny
That's Doc the Colonel. That's the other one we did, right?
Yep, the Colonel.
That's
where we
once
need to
more
figure
than
out
usual. Twice as many
Okay, so this is the Professor Dice voice. Before you talk to anybody, let me finish looking if this is based on a Penny Dreadful.
Twice as many sales.
I'll have time to get over
My name will
so
soon be
that'll give
known
you time.
across the net.
Wow, there was a real big gunfight in the street at some point. Oh, come on, I'm just trying to get to the fucking case. Get off mine. Okay, I'm at the crime scene, so let me know when you want to go.
Okay, no, according to the wiki, they don't say anything on the wiki about Death Stalks the Colonel being based on anything. But the case of the conflicted courtship and the Fiend of Fleet Street both reference actual Penny Dreadfuls. At least I think that's where Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde started. I never had to read it as a Penny Dreadful. Yeah, look at the body now.
It's the only thing we can do, so that's where we'll start.
Yeah, it's a gothic novella. The body shows evidence of having been in a terrible struggle. There is a deep cut in the forehead that appears to be surgical. The cuts go into the skull. The cut goes into the skull itself. All right.
So he was turbo murdered.
And now let's find all the clues we can find first, and then.
Where are you, clues? Probably upstairs. What are you about, Crystal?
An intricately carved sculpture, evidently of African origin. There is a small recess where something could have been hidden.
Gotta buy your trinkets when you're a British person with money. Just 5 more clues. They must all be up here. Just like this box.
Yep. So Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde did start as a Penny Dreadful, which means if I just remember all the Penny Dreadfuls I've ever read, because I have read a handful of them, this might help a bunch of these random cases where I'm going to be like, God damn it, I know what this is. An open wooden crate shipped from within London. It is clearly marked to be opened only by Professor.
I didn't ask about this.
Whatever his name is, Bing. Personally.
The victim is Professor B-Y-N-G, so I'm pretty sure it's Bing.
Bing? Okay. I was gonna say, while I don't necessarily know as of this moment, while I don't necessarily know what it is of this moment, what this case might be based off of, it has elements that remind me of Agatha Christie novels already. A recent letter to Professor Bing from his attorney: My dear Bing, I can certainly amend your will to discourage the marriage of your son with the young lady in question. An annual allowance that will be suspended in the event that such a marriage should serve the purpose. If, as you suspect, she is driven by love of money, such a provision should considerably dampen her adore for your son.
I should return and find out about this.
Well, you haven't talked to anybody yet. What the hell is this spider? That's just a big old spider.
Dead spider, a large diseased spider crawled up in a death. Which is a weird thing spiders do when they die, by the way, is they curl up into a ball. Because of how their exoskeleton works. Bing's home, letter from a colleague. Esteemed Professor Bing, my research trip has been a great success. I have been able to verify professionally several of the unusual customs that you chronicled in your brilliant book. Once again, I am humbled by your...
I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Okay, final clue.
Downstairs, maybe.
Oh, that's why I missed it. It's fucking tiny. This guy gets a lot of fucking leathers.
Well, he's a professor. My dearest love, I do not understand your father's apathy towards me. I fear that he will take steps to disrupt our engagement. Please obtain his assurances that no matter if you marry me or no, he will render you your due when the time comes, your betrothed, Virginia. So this is the hussy that the professor was worried when it came to his son.
Okay, so do you
And I assume that's his son, and I assume that's either the staff of the home or that's his fiance. Talk to the guy right there that's you're standing next to him. I'm assuming that's the son of our victim.
Such a great man. We were still in mourning from the burial. He was buried yesterday in the family plot. My father was an eminent anthropologist and something of an explorer. He made his name by investigating the practices of a small village in the Congo. His colleagues at the university often sent him trinkets from abroad. This is no time to talk about the will. It is true that my father and my fiancée didn't get on, but I'm confident that once he got to know her as a daughter-in-law, they would have become friends.
Yeah,
I am confused. Was there something I missed about this body having been taken out of a grave?
I'm not sure. I was a bit confused about that as well. Hey, there's a cat.
Just go talk to Bing here again, or young Bing, and hit his dad.
He was still in mourning from the burial. He was buried yesterday in the family plot.
Yesterday in the family plot.
Yeah, so they were still mourning the burial of our body here, who was buried in the family plot yesterday.
Huh.
So go look at the body again if we can. I want to read that.
I remember he was violently attacked. And someone cut him in the face.
Having been in a terrible struggle, there is a deep cut in his forehead that appears to be surgical. Cut goes into the skull itself. Okay. So here's my thought, and this is some Agatha Christie bullshit again, which is why I'm sitting to think.
This is called the Twice Dead Professor.
So my guess is that Spider upstairs is his first death, and that the venom didn't kill him, but it made him seem like he was dead. The venom from the spider that's dead. That's my guess, is his first death comes from that. His second death comes from whoever killed him.
It's so very awful.
And that's
the professor died of an heart attack just days ago. Then tonight, I hear pounding at the door.
Oh yeah.
I open it to find him bleeding and in pain. He tried to say something, then collapsed dead. Again. Spider? Let's get that out of here. Emmett is definitely afraid of spiders.
I don't know if the fear of spiders
He kept repeating, Barkesso, Barkesso, over and over. What does it mean? He got that a few days ago. Inside was a statue. I thought it was a marvel, but he told me it was quite common. I don't know
Or
who
this
sent
could
it.
all just be a very convenient accident with the spider.
No, so that the heart attack that killed him first is the spider venom, like 100%, Jeff. The spider venom caused what they thought was a heart attack.
Okay, so we got a university or the cemetery?
Whichever one's closer. But now I'm looking if this is based off of Agatha Christie. Oh.
Well, Agatha Christie wrote about like 70 novels, if I remember correctly. It was like in the mid-60s, I think.
Okay, no, the only behind the scenes like trivia thing the wiki has, because the wiki does do a nice thing where the outcome, like who did it, it has all the evidence in the entire crime listed, but the who did it is a spoiler tag that you have to hit to bring up who did it. So I can read shit about these without spoiling who did it.
Well, we have to get
but the only behind the scenes with this one says, despite following the conventional binomial nomenclature for taxonomies, the species this does not exist in the class The spider is made up. Like we're gonna get a scientific name for that spider at some point, and that scientific name is made up. A lace handkerchief with red embroidery. All right, sounds good.
They're probably doing that LA Noire thing where like not every piece of evidence is actually meaningful because they're like, oh, we're making it realistic even though we're barely trying.
Is suspiciously nondescript receipt for £7.
Well, yeah, this is the 1840, well, 60s. I don't think there was
Receipt
a
has
lot
to be
of
handwritten.
business records.
I was gonna say everything has to be handwritten for your business records in this day and age.
Yeah, you have the old accounting scrolls, which are just insane. Hey, it's a box. Arachnid Harpedectus.
Well, yeah, so there we go. That's where our spider came from. That's the made-up scientific name for the spider. That was that the only like tidbit thing they had on the wiki.
That's not how you open
on
books,
the topic
Jacob.
of an unusual Bavilion spider, one passage notes that the venom occurs a state resembling death. See, I told you. Literally, the first thing that happened, his first death is just the spider bite, and that some tribes use the venom during a rite of passage, in which indicates boys experience a symbolic death lasting 2 or 3
Now that
days.
I've seen this, I should ask
Yeah,
more
that's his first supposed death.
It's a really big picture of a spider.
Illustration of a spider resembling the dead spider found in the Bing house. A note describes it as a rare spider found in Bolivia, whose venom is a strong tranquilizer.
Obvious clue is obvious.
Right. Alright, let's head upstairs.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to finish this one up tonight, so we might have to do this as an episode and a half.
Gotcha. A well-stocked library of anthropological books. A significant number of them are by Professor Bing. All well thumbed.
Give me your box. Box. You better cooperate with me.
Open it from the front. Also, it's not a clue.
But apparently this table's a clue.
Yes, something about the table is a clue. A pedestal with nothing on it, however, a descriptive label is written. Bengasu tribal mask, a jackal. So there's a jackal mask that's missing.
Okay, so we got one clue miss. Oh, it's right there.
It's that book on the ground. University book written by Professor Bing. The intriguing customs of Deep East Africa. An entire chapter is.
I believe I should reinterrogate.
So here's the
suspect.
weird wonky shit with this. Is the spider's from South America because it's from Bolivia, and everything else is tied to Africa, it seems. But yeah, all right, let's just start questioning people. There's a guy right next to you, so might as well question him first because he's right next to you.
The anthropological sciences have lost a great mind. He revolutionized the field. It is my fond hope that I may inherit
So
his
this is the
mantle.
guy who wrote that letter, that Professor Silas.
Which one is that? Sorry,
Silas,
difficult to read.
record.
I've lost my spectacles somewhere. I recently traveled to Africa in order to continue studies on the indigenous tribe
Yeah,
Professor
he went
Bing
on a
discovered
trip
some
and he's
time
a
ago.
colleague of the victim.
All right. So that guy lost his glasses, apparently.
They were stolen by the criminal. Hello, Wilson.
An eminent colleague. He wrote prolifically. Probably no one will ever amass the amount of knowledge he acquired. I'm most vexed about that. A rare specimen of the sort I've been studying for years. It escaped a few days ago, no doubt due to that scatterbrained assistant Virginia. My thesis subject. My South American colleagues tell me that this particular arachnid is only found in the Bolivian Andes. Fascinating subject.
No, I think they were wrong. This spider is actually found in the country of Fictionalia.
No, apparently it's found in Bolivia. But yes, the spider is fiction. Anyway, isn't Virginia the name of the betrothed to? Right, but isn't she the one who's marrying young Bing?
Yeah, she's the fiance of Emmett Bing.
And apparently she is a assistant around here at the
a lovely
university.
Man, and quite
All right,
wealthy.
talk to her about
I only
Bing.
wish he had lived to bless my alliance with his son. I'm sorry to hear about that. Do you know whether that change was actually made?
Probably not the question you want to ask, Virginia.
I hoped you wouldn't find that. I'm afraid several of the faculty purchase cadavers for research purposes. It's a fact of university life.
This is actually a true thing about Victorian England. People did sell bodies illegally.
Yeah, I know that too.
Because legally you couldn't get them to study.
But they were very, because of that, they're very expensive, and so if you create them...
Right. So it was illegal to do stuff with them, but it was needed to study stuff to further medicine. And so it's this weird moment of history where poor people to get by were raiding, graves, and then occasionally people were murdering people. There's a really dark episode. There's a really dark episode of fucking what's it called?
SVU.
No, not SVU. Jeff, SVU does not take place during this era.
Well, I think they did.
Bodies are donated to science nowadays.
Well, I think they did an episode inspired by it.
Oh.
That a regular Law and Order did.
I was gonna say I don't know because SVU would have to be special victim, and I don't know if stealing the corpse makes a special victim. It might, but I thought it's when a child is the victim, or if it's a sexual crime, I thought that's special victim. I didn't read what that said.
It said that
Just give me the gist of what it said.
The casket was broken. It's Bing's. It's where Bing was buried, and I think.
Okay, so he broke out. Yeah, he broke out of there. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Someone paid the gravedigger for the corpse. For a corpse, not necessarily this corpse.
£7.
Yeah,
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
Now, where's that old last clue hiding?
But no, it's got David Tennant in it. It's an Amazon Prime exclusive show, I think. It's Good Omens. I was gonna say it's based on that book by. But yeah, Good Omens, which is the stories of an angel and a demon. This is the main characters of that and their lives throughout history. And there's an episode where they ponder the ethicalness of stuff, and while the two are arguing about the ponderings of what is good and what is wrong, they end up coming across this woman, and they use her as an example and follow her around, this poor woman, as she sells. They find out she sells corpses, and then her friend ends up getting killed. It's a really interesting episode because the angel wants to basically be no, there's no good reason to do this, and then the demon's but you see, there's these wage disparities, and she's selling this body that's already dead, and it's going to bring about enlightened science, which could save lives down the road and make human life better, right? And he's pointing out that this sin, and then there's circumstances that change then that suddenly make it move the line closer, because the whole episode is essentially this ethical question of, is this wrong? Because if everything's black and white, this is wrong, but is everything black and white? And then they slowly keep changing the predicament, new things happen in the thing to cause stuff. But yeah, anyway, let's interrogate this guy.
It's just Beswick.
He showed up again.
Yes, he's
First
probably the
time that's
Undertaker.
happened in 35 years of grave digging.
Apparently he's a grave digger for 35 years.
I saw the son lock the tomb myself. Body snatching? That's an insult. I'd be in the slammer quick as that if I got caught.
Especially if you were the grave digger, kind of hard to get away.
So I sell a body or two on the side. A man's got to eat, ain't he?
You do. So you
I broke the lock and left him on a barrel just behind his
So here's
tomb.
the wonky part in the long run,
see.
Jeff, because here's
Well,
the
some
story. I
fella
already
come
figured
by
out what
and called the
happened.
old
I just don't know
professor
who did what
There's money
for
back
everything.
there. You can likely still see the tracks.
Uh,
It's plain that 7 guineas is a lot for a bloke like me. I'm careful with me pennies and save for a rainy day.
Okay, so what happened is the spider makes him seem like he's almost dead, but he's not dead, right?
Yep.
Then, so they bury him. This guy sells the body to science. They start cutting him open, and he wakes up because he's alive. And that's how we get our surgical precision in the skull, which ultimately kills him. That wound is ultimately what kills him. So the question is, who the fuck is the murderer in this case? Is it the... Because I still don't know if the spider thing's accidental, or if it was intentional. But this is what happened in this fucking case, is... Someone sold the body, someone cut into the body, and he fucking died.
Now what do you have to say for yourself, you tiny woman?
Yes, that's mine. I misplaced a similar one, possibly at the funeral. I was so upset.
Okay, so she misplaced the handkerchief somewhere, quote-unquote.
I mean, I believe that she did, because at this point, I just have to figure out whether or not the spider thing was intentional.
Oh, you remember that handkerchief with the red shit that we found earlier? We found another one in the graveyard, if you weren't paying attention.
I don't know. Yeah, I might have been bringing up the good omens thing at the time. Some of the stuff at the graveyard, I definitely didn't paid close attention to. I just figured out that the body was sold for £7. The professor's body was sold for £7 for science, and the trick is that he's not actually dead because of the spider bullshit.
God damn it, there wasn't anyone additional there, so I'm going to have to run back, and it looks like it's at the cemetery. But I'll double check the university just in case, because there was more than one person there.
I mean, there's a faster way to do this, bud. It's called pull up the map.
Yeah, but if I have to run back to the cemetery, it's on the way anyway. This isn't a good way to indicate it, because it's like, it's such a minor recoloration of it.
I know, but I can tell it. Anyway, so what it is if you remember correctly, there was something about muddy footprints that got said by the guy at the cemetery. So my guess is there's a trail of footprints we can look at that brings us to a new location, and that's what we have to do.
Well, I guess this is all my fault then.
Yeah, every time you get super confused like this, the last couple times, the long run, it turns out to have been
at the last place we were.
I mean, no, it's that there's something we were supposed to follow. Like, this is why you had such a hard time during the gun one, because the gun one didn't have people telling us, go here, go there. It was all we had to follow the trajectories of bullets places, and then we had to follow puddles left by a thing. So, he said something about muddy footprints, and we have to follow those.
Oh, it's just muddy tracks. Let's track it up.
So it starts here. You're at the start, but luckily it loops onto the street here, so you're fine. But yeah, what you just walked past was the start.
Is this just gonna lead to the university? It'll be like, well, how does that work? I don't know why the hell they limited this. It seems like a weird thing to do. No, you can't sprint and detective vision at the same time. What do you think? You think we're insane developers and just give you everything? Okay, so just some random house. A lot of stuff happening in here.
Yeah, this is our would-be okay. But this is our would-be operation room where they're cutting bodies up for science, is my guess. Because there has to be a place where they're doing that, and this is probably the place. Oh yeah, there was that thing about the wooden mask that got stolen from that's supposed to be at the university, but somehow ended up here instead.
Well, that kind of sums it up too.
There's the chapter, The Intriguing Customs of Deepest Africa. The chapter describes an ancient custom whereby members of the tribe ceremoniously ingest the living brains of respective elders.
It was very old-timey.
Well, here's the thing now. He was killed by the spider, but then instead of wanting to cut him up for his, for science purposes, someone bought the thing to eat for this ritual instead. Single page torn from a book of whatever tribe it describes ceremony rituals. Mass, incense, enchanting.
Yep, very literally that case. Is
my
directly in front of us.
Yeah. We're gonna find that dude's glasses here somewhere. Yeah. What my guess is, here in this room we're gonna find, upstairs or something, we're gonna find that dude's glasses.
Yeah, where is the final clue? Figured it would be down here with everything else.
And then maybe it's outside in front of the building.
Let's give it a look.
Because there is no second floor.
Doesn't look like it.
Alright, well, go out back. Go through the window that you can go through.
You guys know anything back here? Is that... No, it can't be that hay bale. That'd be too stupid.
I don't know. My only thought now is climb the building to see if there is some second fucking floor that we can't see. Is there a clue here? No.
This is weird.
My guess is it's somewhere on the ground and it's something really fucking small or something.
Yeah, I can't even see anything from up here. Wait, it's that tiny thing.
I was gonna say, yeah, it has to be something tiny in the... We already looked at the ritual ashes.
Damn it. I thought it was slightly yellow. I'm getting that itchy Google finger going.
I have the thing pulled up for this already. The doorknob.
Hey, you were exactly right.
Yeah, it's the glasses. So there's the trick to this. That guy who's like a super fan of his decided to do this ritual when he I don't think it was planned, but we'll see if the game tells me if it was planned or not. But my guess is the spider bites the professor. People assume he's dead from natural causes. Then this dude tries to cut open his head to eat his brains for this stupid ritual. Now that the guy he looked up to is dead. And then
well, he did say in that letter he wrote him that he was a genius.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, is he wants that guy's knowledge. But my point is, I don't think it's this long. I don't think it's, I don't think the spider thing. I think that our murderer thought he was dead. Like that's where I'm going with this.
So we're gonna go throw the book at him.
Yeah, I got on the top floor.
Of course, it's on the top floor. Nothing can be fucking simple in this goddamn game. To be fair, for this game, I don't know how you feel about it. You can get this, even for full price for, $5.
I required his knowledge in order to become the greatest anthropologist in the British Empire. And his beloved tribe of savages provided the method.
That Professor Silas was particularly cunning and gruesome. Mr. Raymond will be thrilled.
So, okay, they're making it sound like it was intentional from the start. Well, let's read it. The esteemed Professor Bing was the victim of a diabolical plot confected by his colleague and acolyte. Professor Silas used a powerful spider venom. Silas put his mentor into a deep coma He went so far as to attempt to eat Bing's brains in an effort to ingest his knowledge. All of this inspired by the very African tribe Professor Bing had himself discovered. No doubt Silas's mind was unbalanced, as he believed he would surpass all anthropologists by absorbing his mentor's cerebellum. Rest in peace, Professor Bing. The Royal Anthropolitical Society mourns your passing.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's wonky to me because I don't feel like there was a lot of evidence. I don't feel like there was a lot of evidence suggesting that the spider thing was intentional.
Yeah, that's true. But before we continue, I am going to try and do something. It's just I cannot. There we go. We're gonna be playing as Eevee for the rest of this, because I wanted to show you some Eevee gameplay.
Okay. Are they siblings? I don't know who the two characters are here.
They're actually twins. And this was, if you don't remember, this was a response to all the shit that Ubisoft got for their quote-unquote sexist design for Unity back in 2014 when people were bitching at them about why can't you play as a female assassin. So in response to that, they made the next game have a male and female twin protagonist.
I mean,
really switchable.
I was gonna say that's good.
Yeah, like I
it
said,
is kind of crazy that all of these games they didn't do a female protagonist. So
yeah, but Ubisoft was the one who got a lot of shit for it for some reason. But it's in the past, and we, like I said, we got Jacob and Eevee out of it, and I love the both of them. So how are they going to take on a locked room murder, considering that they haven't had a great track record?
My write-up of that last crime was so ingenious that Purlock Publishing tossed me quite a tidy sum. I believe this next one will do even better.
It's baffling.
Well, apparently his boss just
locked.
fucking
How did the murderer get in and out?
Alright, well, time to go inspect it.
Gotta go find the body. Come on, Eevee, get in the room.
Instead of going through the front door, he jumps out through a window and then goes, hey, the body's not on this floor, it's on the next floor. And doesn't realize that he needs to take the stairs. So he jumps out the window because he's stupid. No, okay. I was like, is he gonna realize there's been stairs to this building this whole time and that he didn't have to climb the wall at all? Other room.
I will say that getting to the second floor was definitely faster if the door was on the other side of the building.
It wasn't. You walked through the building to get to talk to the quest giver. Anyway, let's inspect the body.
I am trying to. The prompt keeps disappearing. Huh. That's weird.
No sign of a struggle, no.
Okay, let's rule this one a suicide.
Natural causing. Natural causing. That's how it's a locked room murder.
No, the door's normal.
Standard door with lock and hinges in normal state.
A notebook.
Published review of a recent concert. The latest effort by Aldwych Chamber Orchestra must be counted as a fiasco. The woodwinds were discordant and cacophonous. Rather than playing Mendelssohn, the strings fought with him. I did not know Mendelssohn was spelled that way. I know of Mendelssohn, I just did not know it was spelled that way. In particular, the solo performed by the first violin was a disaster. This gentleman is better equipped to perform in the London sewers. I would advise anyone who hasn't contemplated attending to instead remain quietly at home, Brian.
And it was written by the victim.
The person who wrote it was the victim?
Yep.
Okay.
It's an air vent.
An air vent. Communicate with the neighboring apartment. Alright, neighboring apartment shares an air vent with this. Which means they might have pumped in poison.
Huh.
Common lighting fixture, the light won't turn on.
So the light killed him.
A letter from his editor, Brian, you old rogue. Your evisceration of the orchestra was delicious. Our readers cannot get enough of your clever and delightfully unkind reviews. All the ensembles in town will live in fear. Keep up the good work.
I'm guessing this is the only guy who's bothered to become a concert reviewer.
I mean, Jeff, think how much music is reviewed nowadays. Just like in general, like records are talked about and stuff. Now think, how did they do that back in the day? This would have been popular music of the day, the orchestras. For a chamber orchestra that performed a series of Mendelssohn pieces a few nights ago.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
So that's the program for the thing he trashed. There's also the letter on the desk. There's a letter on the desk that I don't think you've looked at. Behind you. The desk, there's, okay, I guess there's a billion desks in this room for some fucking reason. No, you've already looked at that one. Turn around. Turn around, by the door. There's one literally by the door. Oh, not that one, not the one you're currently looking at, the one to the left of it. The one, like, when facing the door from inside the room, the one to the left.
Oh,
God damn it. This is why I hate that 30-second delay. That one right there, by the window. Also the window itself, apparently. But there we go, finally, the letter I was talking about. An anonymous letter written in a feminine hand. My dearest Brian, I can't keep abreast of your innumerable affairs, but haven't you time for another little adventure with me? Cast aside your current paramour, much too working class for you, and join me in Florence.
I wonder if someone could tell me more
some rich
about
asshole wants. Anyway, look at the window, because that's the thing we have to look at.
Locked from the inside, no break-in signs.
Yep. Alright, cool.
Now where's this?
Leave that.
Okay, it's over. It's on the other. It's like.
No, that's the neighboring apartment. That's a different crime scene. That, like, when you walk into that room, Jeff, it's gonna be like, whoop, and you're gonna have different stuff.
Is it this thing? No, that wasn't it.
Oh, might as well talk to her, I guess. Candle on the bed. There's a candle on the thing on the bed. Yellow candle that has been burned to the nub.
There it is.
Alright, now we talk to the person here.
But Mr. Cashin was a dear friend.
Did you do
Each morning I bring him his coffee. Today his door was locked shut. My husband is the caretaker. We live downstairs. We have the keys to all the apartments, so after knocking, I became concerned and let myself in and found him like this.
Pushes her out the window.
The lights weren't working. My husband didn't want to waste any candles, so we retired early. Mr. Cashin was a respected music critic. A very accomplished man.
He had a lot of respect because he was a dick.
Alright, so we have the ground floor of this apartment building where she lives to look at, and we have the neighboring apartment to look at. This being the neighboring apartment. Anyway, the thing glitched out, so I can't read right now because there is nothing to read, so give me a second.
Several articles, one about the
Alright, now we're good. Several articles, one about the Queen's plans to use the storied scepter with the Dove, that makes more sense. With the Dove tonight, an industrialist, another about the publishing business, a third concerning the orchestra, which has disbanded due for lack of funds, a series of damning reviews by London's most influential. influential critic has crushed all hopes of attracting an audience.
So they were just really, really bad.
Apparently. Candlestick. This is once again to point out the fact that the lights were out last night. Everybody had to light things from candles.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
And then they burned down the building, and that's what killed them.
Add Andante for violin and piano in D minor by Felix
I should
Mendelssohn.
go back and ask about this.
Ask who? We don't know any musicians yet.
No, that's the whole. They always say that when we find something that unlocks a new dialogue option, which is why one of the reasons why I saved talking to them for later. Yes, that is the event we know about. Hold on, go back. It was Andante in. What was the sheet music again?
Andante for violin and piano in D minor.
Violin and piano.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
In D minor.
Common lighting fixture, the light will also not turn on.
Mendelssohn.
This is a key in the room labeled basement. So which, do you want to do male or female suspect first?
You can do the female one first.
Okay, this is Mrs. Bloomfield.
Mr. Cashin is dead? I just saw him yesterday. He looked in the peak of health. If you ask me, he paid a bit too much attention to the caretaker's wife. Scandalous, really. They must have seen each other nearly every day.
So everyone was just really bored in the Victorian London times.
Last night
so
I was
just had
knitting
to
in
do
that
things
chair.
like this
Then I
to
felt quite sickly
make
and opened the
interesting
window
things
to clear
happen.
my head. I certainly didn't
Yes,
hear
Jeff,
anything.
there is a reason why in past generations there were fuck tons of kids in every
And the
goddamn
lights quit
family.
working yesterday.
Because everybody was
That
going around
sweet
screwing
Mr.
all the
Golden
time.
handed out candles to everyone. He's such a nice man.
And it's all the farm's fault.
So the power went out last... The gas went out last night.
This is Mr. Bloomfield in poofy pants.
Gone just like that, eh? He lived right next door and often came home from his concerts a bit drunk and singing at the top of his lungs. Drove my wife near crazy.
And that's why I killed him.
Cashin had an eye for the ladies, no question. I was a bit jealous of him, frankly. I was down in the cellar, fiddling with my
Maybe you
experiments.
shouldn't say those things literally in front of your wife.
That belongs to Mr. Golden. He's an awfully nice chap. We let him use our apartment during the day when my wife and I are out tending our shop. He likes to rehearse here where the light's better. I'm an amateur chemist. Henman let me set up a few experiments in the cellar.
Okie doke. So we got all the locations. We got.
So, hold on, go talk to Golden. Golden's the people who live downstairs who own the building, right?
I'm not sure, but there is a Golden's room.
Yeah, they're the ones that live on the ground floor. That
Okay, we got 7 clues to find.
Yeah, but this guy is probably our killer if I had to take a guess, because not only do we know that our victim was playing grab ass with his wife, but we also know that Golden seems to be a musician.
So this is the string quartet number
6 in F minor. Yeah.
Opera 80. I'm not sure what OP dot means in music.
I don't remember.
So lots of music.
Yeah, it's just more Mendelssohn. I'm pretty sure.
I know
I'm not gonna pull up all of it. I pulled up the Andante and Andante number 5 in D minor. I pulled up that one.
So does it exist?
Yeah, I linked it to you. Very dirty with suit.
Still wants us to look at every lamp in this entire place.
Yes, we gotta make sure that power was out literally everywhere. Even though we already know, based on literally what everybody's told us, and the like, all these candles, all these lamps, just to be like, yup, makes sense.
I mean, at least it's better than just random
like, the
cigarette
power
butts.
was out. Well, the one where there was the cigarette butts to find, those were to tell us, like, where our murderer was and where he wasn't. That was like to track.
Oh, it's a box of candles.
I should go back and ask about this.
Okay, it looks like there should be yet one more thing left to find here. There we go.
It looks like a little something.
String box.
It's just more stuff to establish that Golden's the musician out of everybody. Which is once again, like, which is why this one feels super obvious that how, like, this one's gonna be more of a question of how he did it versus, like, who did it, because at this point we already know that he was messing with this dude's wife, with Golden's wife, he's apparently messing with Golden's wife, and that this is
several dozen people can attest to my whereabouts. I use them to create an ambience when I hold private recitals.
The orchestras in this fucking city, and I'm gonna fucking deal with it somehow.
All because of that one guy. Anyway, let's go downstairs. I'm almost positive it's that guy, but we'll have to figure out everything else first. Also, someone upstairs has something new to say, but we'll go downstairs first.
Okay, so we got Herman's room too. It's not exactly a basement, but close enough.
Small beaker of yellow fluid.
I should go back and ask about this.
A little later, just finish finding everything in the room.
Beakers, funnels, mortar, pestle, stuff.
Yeah, more science stuff to do science stuff, which we know from upstairs that the one guy who lives in the neighboring apartment does science stuff down here.
Don't you just love it when everything is this this convenient in fictional crimes?
Right there.
It's a gas tank.
Applies gas to all the rooms in the building. It's covered in dirt.
I should go back and ask about this.
How do heater work?
And then go to the other room now, our last room.
Hello, Mr. Nerd. Still won't work.
Doesn't work.
Did you use this to kill him?
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
Screwdriver, all right. I mean, it's a screwdriver. It's not that suspicious. Is that a candle in a book?
It's a candle on a book.
That's
apparently
not
unused.
okay.
Supposedly unused. Anyway, let's look at the keys.
Keys to everything.
The apartment as well as to the basement.
Which means you did it. Again, I talk.
Of the eagle vision.
Mr. Cashin's dead. Difficult to believe. He led a quiet life. Out at concerts most nights. Shut up in his room writing the rest of the time. He must have been a lonely man.
I loved his work.
My wife felt sorry for him and helped him as often as she could. I'm in charge of the running and upkeep of the whole building, so I can get dirty now and then. I was just doing some work in the basement. I forgot to put it away after I fixed Mr. Golden's music stand yesterday morning. I left it there, and he came to give it back.
Oh, okay, so this is the
gas
guy
quit working yesterday.
whose wife
I don't know enough to fix such things
cooked.
safely myself. A man from the company is going to come by tomorrow.
Okay, so back to reinterrogation.
Yeah, let's finish the last remaining questions here. So we have two suspects. That's the guy whose wife was getting screwed by our victim. And then we have the music guy who's doing shit apparently. I think.
There you go.
Now he was screwing everybody's wife, who knows?
It's true. I
Yeah,
loved
this is Miss
him.
Hanson.
He was the best thing
Mrs.
that
Hanson.
ever happened to me.
She's admitting to the affair. Admitting to the affair.
She's just admitting to it over and over again, or did the game glitch out?
No, she was just crying, which wasn't in the subtitles.
Ah, yes, be careful with that. It can be dangerous. It reacts badly with heat.
Now, when you say badly... Okay, so apparently we can get this one.
Okay, so the chemical reacts badly with heat. Look at the candle in the victim's room again. I have an idea.
You want me to literally do that, or?
No, you can just pull it up in the thing if you want.
Okay, where are you? Here we go.
So the reason why everybody's fucking shit was turned off is to prevent bad shit from happening with this chemical. Yeah, so his is burned down super far compared to everybody else's. So what I think it is the candle he was given was treated in the chemical. Now the question is, who handed out the candles? Do we have proof of who did what? Who did the candle shit?
Well, we can take a look at this.
Because there's two people who could have done it, in my opinion.
Oh, it's literally right there. I can see it.
Names after lights out. Mr. Golden handed out candles. Yeah, so there you go. It's Mr. Golden then, because we have two people who have reason to want to murder. We have the guy whose wife is being screwed, and we have the music person. Right? Both of them would have hated him. However, I figured out the murder weapon was the chemicals. The candle that was given to our victim was intentionally treated with the chemical, which then when he burned it, poisoned the air around him and killed him or something. So accuse.
He destroyed an entire orchestra. All those musicians put out of work. A rancorous old man who had no talent or creativity of his own.
Something for the unemployed musicians.
Right, but I mean, we did still have another.
I'm going to look into it.
I suppose they're trying to make it slightly more complex, where it's like.
So Wicked was the pen of Brian Sean, that it brought down an entire orchestra. Scathing review upon scathing review eventually led to the demise of the Aldwych Chamber Orchestra. Perhaps Mr. Kashan was distracted by his irregular friendship with his caretaker's wife and did not realize that one of his neighbors was the first violinist with the ensemble that his reviews had destroyed. That very name, Mr. Golden, constructed his revenge with care, taking advantage of his access to a screwdriver and a key. Golden fashioned a poison candle using an unusual chemical found in the basement. He turned off the gas at the mains and handed candles to his neighbors, ensuring that his enemy received the candle of death. Critics beware.
Suddenly nighttime. Okay, so we probably got time for a couple more mysteries.
Well, at this point, we're more than halfway done. Because we did a simple matter of murder, we did a case of conflicted courtship, we did Death Stalks the Colonel, we did The Fiend of Fleet Street, we did The Mystery of the Twice Dead Professor, we did Locked In to Die, and now we have Most Hated Man in London, Next Stop Murder, Conjuring Up a Killing, and Murder at the Palace are our last ones.
Well, that's fair, since you already know. We have the
I have the list on the wiki.
You have the three that you said. Which one do you want to do?
The Murder at the Palace must be the last one, and we can't. We have to do all the other ones before we do Murder at the Palace. I wanna. If we have it, I wanna do Conjuring Up a Killer.
That's probably. You just had to pick the one that's the farthest away, didn't you?
I want to do it because it's got ghost shit.
Well, I guess we're going into full-on supernatural stuff. I guess we're gonna see what. I don't know what they're gonna do with ghosts. But yeah, I probably should map it out, because I have no idea how to fucking get to Westminster. It's probably gonna be like some bullshit where it's like, hey, this one's in level 12 territory, better not get caught.
Bam. Occultism was all the rage in Victoria, England.
Fair enough.
Spirit mediums and the like. Big thing.
like, literally the only question is, like, you know, I guess how much supernatural stuff do they want to do?
I doubt this is gonna actually be,
there you are.
like, actual supernatural.
This series has a bit of reputation for doing
Gotta go.
Like, very, very out there sci-fi.
Oh, okay, then maybe. Just ran over a little kid. But then maybe, I guess. But, you know, I feel like they're... maybe then it's gonna be some bullshit where, like, Ghost possessed our murderer.
Maybe it's gonna be another version of the drugs made him.
Here now.
Well, because what this one's gonna involve a seance, like I guarantee you, because seance parties were all the rage in Victoria, England. Rich assholes would throw these lavish parties, and then they'd all get together to throw a seance.
Go on.
And, you know, some random.
This is GTA in the 1860s. God, England got to do all this blood. What do we have to do in America?
Come on.
Cowboys in Civil War. Cowboys in Civil War. That was wild. What was going on during this era in the United States is the Civil War and also the Wild West.
I'm out of control.
Yeah, the Wild West and the United States, the Wild West and the Civil War was happening during the Victorian era.
Not getting out of the way, so this is happening.
That's it.
But hey, we actually made it here and didn't get murdered immediately.
Although be quick about it, because there's a person on over there that wants to get you.
I got a plan. That's the other reason I really like this game, is that they fucking gave you just a grappling hook. Because it's really hard to... It's kind of hard to make a game with a grappling hook that doesn't suck.
You're a dead woman!
Come on, you have to be right there, buddy.
It's because he went to where you were when you
go away. Anyway, Ghost Case with Charles Dickens.
Wait, is that really Charles Dickens? Did it say Charles Dickens?
No,
I wasn't paying attention.
He was introduced earlier in the game, so this is Charles Dickens.
My dear friend, the Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you.
Couldn't even call it something
Spiritualist
original. It's literally
Thaddeus
just
the
called
Amazing
Ghost Club.
has predicted his own death at his next seance. Could you have a look?
God, what are you, from an anime now? I walk around the corner and it's a Japanese high school.
That's Ghost Story.
Well, you know what I mean. The anime always has these fucking ghost movies for some reason.
Oh, so there's an anime called Ghost Story that's hilariously bad. At least the English dub. Because what happened is,
Oh, this one has a cutscene.
Not yet. Someone, light the lamps.
so the murder hasn't happened yet until now. Like, we came in before the murder happened.
Well, yeah, we get within the first 5 seconds of us showing up.
Yeah, it's weird. I figured they would just have the thing happen. Anyway, there we go. He's stabbed in the right shoulder. His hair and clothing have been slightly scorched from the explosion. A bloody knife is stuck in his torso.
So it's a classic murder mystery. Personally, I love these fucking stories. The 6 people who come to the fancy mansion and someone just dies.
So Agatha Christie novels, where there's literally everybody's got a motive.
Yeah, I would assume all the clues are down here, so I don't know why I can't find them.
I mean, there might be upstairs.
There's 6 of them.
Well, there's one. Yeah, so if this is Agatha Christie style, it means literally everybody's gonna have a motive. A list of Thaddeus's clients' addresses. There are also 2 columns for each client. Both columns indicate significant amounts of money per seance. First column appears to refer directly to the client. Isn't clear to whom the second column refers. However, Dr. Wilburn is missing from this list. So all of our people downstairs are on that client list except for Dr. Wilburn, whoever the fuck that is, because we haven't talked to him yet. Weathered, probably written weeks ago. I found a tramp who lives on the streets near one of the pigeons. The fellow smokes like a chimney, and for the price of a few cigarettes, he supplies me with all the information we need.
Well, that's a little suspicious.
I mean, it's how these fucking fake spiritualists work. They gather as much information on you as they can, and then the rest is very useful skills at getting you to admit information, but sounding like you know the other person knew it first. An unsigned paper which would enable Thaddeus Smith to act as Howard Roberts' legal representative. I should return and
find out about this.
Power of attorney, huh?
Theoretical supply, whatever, blah blah.
It's a flash pod that he bought for 8 shillings, which surprisingly more expensive than the corpse guy.
What are shillings higher than pounds? I have no idea.
Actually, you're probably right.
I thought pounds is pounds the bigger one. For the love of God, get his signature at your next session, or I swear I'll expose you, AR. And that signature probably being the attorney got the signature to become the guy's attorney. Anyway, so the flash pot that went off that's like lightly singed him is something Thaddeus himself bought. There might be one downstairs that you missed. There might be one downstairs that you missed by the body.
I guess I'll go back and look. It's a decent place as any to go look. Oh, yeah. Or a stick of dynamite.
Or flash.
Huh.
Timer and flash pot. A rudimentary timer with charred remains of a fuse attached. The flash leads to an empty plaster cylinder. Apparently the container of a non-lethal amount of gunpowder to produce a recent flashlight.
Okay, so we got 5 suspects. Who would you like to start with?
Oh, let's just start with that man in the hat on the other side of the table. The one that's in this room and not in the next room.
He was an incredible psychic.
Dr. Wilbur.
I came to clarify some.
He's the only one that's not on the client list.
I don't understand what happened. He foretold his own death, but I didn't expect it to happen like this.
Huh. So it's a fake stabbing. What a deceitful man.
No, it was supposed to be a fake gunshot. Can you pull up the threatening letter? I want to know what the initials I need to be looking for.
It looks like it's A, R.
Okay, so we're looking for AR. That's A period, R period.
Okay, so we got 2 men
no,
and 2 women.
just go in a circle around the room, starting from the guy you started with. So just go to the next guy in the line, and then just go around the room that way.
I had a simple question, but have had to come back for séance after séance, week after week. Each time Thaddeus divined a partial number from the other side, but never the entire correct number. Today he promised that I would get everything.
Have you tried dynamite? That might work.
Thaddeus felt that if I signed some papers, it would demonstrate to my dead father that I had absolute trust in Thaddeus.
He's trying to get some numbers from his dead father.
This is Miss Ursula.
I sought him out after the death of Mittens. I was so hoping to hear from my loved one. I'm convinced Thaddeus could have communicated Mittens' wishes to me. I must know to whom Mittens wishes that I should leave my fortune. And now Thaddeus is lost to us. I shall never know. Mittens is my beloved kitty cat. She was run over by a milk wagon several weeks ago.
I was like...
I've been trying desperately to contact my sweet thing ever since.
Crazy cat lady,
well,
yeah.
Though, and likely haven't long to live myself.
I have 7 brain tumors.
Yeah, apparently she thought her cat would know.
This is Douglas.
Nothing but a showman, really. Each week he gave a seance with all his clients present together. So many people makes everything much more dramatic. I attend Lady Ursula at these sessions.
Also makes it easier.
She's ailing and needs someone to help her along. I have no particular belief in an afterworld, but if it comforts Milady, I see no harm.
I mean, when you don't have to give a shit, it's pretty... everything's fair on the table. This is Jenna's ass quill.
I have no doubt that his powers were genuine. He was able to tell me of my daily comings and goings, and all manner of details that he couldn't possibly have known. He certainly was going to be able to put me in contact with my sister. I'm so sorry to lose Thaddeus. The oddest part is that he claimed all would be revealed to each of us before his death. I've been coming here to decide whether I should accept a marriage proposal. Thaddeus had been attempting to contact my departed sister so that she could give me advice. Thaddeus was a kind man who sincerely wanted me to make the best choice. Now what am I to do?
Nah, he's a con artist, but whatever.
Okay, so we unlocked Robert's house. And,
we got everybody's house, actually, Jeff.
And Lady Ursula's house.
Yeah, we got everybody's house except for the guy who wasn't on that list. That's how we got all these locations, the client list.
So,
but,
the question.
Just start with Robert's house and move our way clockwise, I guess.
I don't know, there might be someone you somehow, like, wanted more information on right now.
Nah.
Which I know is kind of hard to believe, considering we got like 2 sentences of backstory for each one of them.
We essentially know who they were trying to contact and why they were trying to contact them. That's basically all we got. One guy was trying to contact his father for some numbers. Chooses the window. You always choose the window. The door was open. Choose the window anyway. Alright, where's the other clues here? 3 clues apparently in here.
That woman is a clue. Let's take her with us.
Over a year ago, a mysterious death at King Street, a spiritualist who went by the name of Felix Magnus claimed that he would die at his next seance, but the outcome held even more drama. Mr. Magnus demonstrated to several clients that their closest friends and relatives were swindling them via Magnus himself. Before a burst of smoke and flame ended the seance abruptly, Magnus was declared dead by a certain Dr. Folsom, who was attending as a client. Okay, so there's our trick. He swindles people, and then when they get close to figuring this out, he claims their dead relatives have been swindling them, dies at the scene, his doctor friend declares him dead, and so on and so forth, because that doctor guy was one of the clients, we know that, so. Several scrawled notes, bank crossed out, bank crossed out, bank crossed out. So this guy is spending literally all of his money. A note appended to the father's will specifying that the bulk of fortune is safely secured and an amount, the particulars of which will be communicated by word of mouth to my son.
Now
so those numbers never got revealed to him, and so he's trying to get them from the seance guy.
Anna Roberts.
My brother has become obsessed with some secret bank account. He inherited almost all of my father's fortune, as well he should as the male heir. But some was locked in a secret account.
All right, this is our AR.
A significant amount. I went along to the seances a couple of times. I thought it was a waste of my brother's time. Power of attorney to a psychic? That sounds very unusual indeed.
Yeah, it's almost like that lawyer is a crackpot. I don't want my name on this. Why am I even signing this piece of paper?
Yeah, so as of right now, my guess is it's the Roberts guy who did it, because his sister was threatening to reveal that he was, the sister there put together that he was a con and was threatening to reveal it to her brother, and she likely did, and then he killed her. Or he killed the, not her, but he killed the psychic.
So close to that house. I see a window. There's a lot of people in this house.
There is.
You all did the
Whose house is this?
This is Asquith's house.
I don't remember who this was.
This is the last lady we talked to.
Okay, so this is the one trying to figure out who she should fucking marry. Gotcha. There is a letter in one of the pockets. Boyd, dear lad, if you don't get me the money by the end of the month, you will be in a heap of trouble. The kind of trouble that hurts. Need I say more?
Maybe you shouldn't keep your personal threats in your own pocket. Especially if you want to get away with the old murder.
Mr. Everset Boyd's business plans appear to be sound as long as he has no other pressing obligations. I believe that if your daughter accepts his proposal, the money you settle on the happy couple would mean the success of Mr. Boyd's venture. And your daughter, Janice, would live.
Now that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
Hey, Colonel Asquith, I'll be with you in a minute. Now, where are all your murder weapons?
I'm almost positive at this point that they might be on the first floor, or it's like, I don't know if you looked around every floor close enough.
It's the Yellow Man, which doesn't tell me what I need to know. Is there anything outside somehow? Oh, here we go.
Cigarette buds. Stuffed out cigarette buds, likely left by a vagrant one. You can still smell the tobacco.
It looks like it extends out the back, so maybe there's a clue in the backyard. Apparently not.
Oh, let's go check the floors again. I find it weird that this building has a third floor, but nothing of import on it, so I say check the third floor again. Maybe there's something we missed.
No, it wasn't in the corner. Oh, there it is. It's under the bed.
Diary. I have some affection for Everett, but I don't think my sister would approve of him. She always bade me to strive for more than which merely appears directly in front of my nose. If only father weren't urging me otherwise.
Okay, so we have the Colonel on the second floor and guy on the first floor.
Let's talk to the guy on this floor, the second floor.
Hello,
this is the father. This is the father of the woman who went to the seance.
Never trust a man who tells you what you want to hear.
Wearing
He's
a very
after
sloppy
something.
jacket.
Taking advantage of my daughter's love for her departed sister. With that charlatan gone, things can get back to normal. My daughter's engagement to Everett Boyd can be announced at last.
So you did the murder.
Yes, he teleported over there in a flash of a second, stabbed the guy, and then teleported back here,
man from a good family.
The ironic part is that the guy who doesn't believe in magic is the one who can do it.
Janice's elder sister was strong-willed. Janice always followed her lead. That's why it's so sad that she asked her advice, even in death. Time for Janice to think for herself.
So
I know
he's just
what's
complaining that his daughter's an idiot.
What's the engagement thing that he said?
Fair enough, I was talking over that.
A girl Janice's age should be married. Everett is a very sensible young man from a good family. He'll be very successful, I'm sure of it.
He's just saying that he wants to boink Everett.
He wants his daughter to marry Everett.
No, he himself wants to boink him, he just doesn't want to admit it. Hey, Everett.
Her father mentioned this swindler to me. I understand it's because of him that my engagement has been delayed. Janice is a lovely creature. I would be honored were she to accept my proposal. I do adore her. I know the owner of a local brewery, and I'm convinced his business will flourish. He just needs some financial backing. Now Janice is free to be married at last. I'll invest my dowry in the brewery and make a fortune.
It turns out that he knows Mr. Anheuser.
Apparently.
So you ready for Lady Ursula and her upside-down house?
Yes.
Would you laugh if it was literally upside down? Somehow.
I would be shocked. Is this the last house, or is there one more house after this?
It looks like this is the last one because there's only 4 locations. And this one has the door closest. Just convenient paper by the fire.
Dated 7 months ago, medium foretells his own death in a stunning dramatic financial seance. Roberto El Magnifico revealed that several clients were being traduced by their loved ones who had paid him to give information at his false seances, but then, just as predicted, he was killed in a mysterious explosion during his final seance on Newberry Street. One of his clients, Dr. Whatever, announced him dead at the scene. The phrases "announced by their loved ones" and "mysterious explosion" are circled in this article. Alright, so now we have 2 people that knew that that he's done this before. In fact, he's now done this 3 times, because we have different names in each one of those papers.
Wouldn't you trust a doctor named Pitt and Weem?
What's under the... Wasn't there a scrap of paper under the bed there?
Yes, there was. I'm amazed you saw that.
I found another newspaper article similar to the one I gave you. This one is from Sydney. It appears we will be exposed at the next seance, just as those people were. Douglas, you got me into this, blah blah blah.
It said you better solve it. Apparently the lag cut that sentence off.
It just looks like this lady might be in on it. To Miriam, my maid, and to Douglas, my butler, I leave my Balshun china in thanks for their long service to be given on their wedding day. Whenever that day shall be, I leave my dear cat Mittens, all my remaining worldly goods, in the hopes that they bring him even a small portion of the joy he has brought me. In anguished handwriting in the margin scrawled, "Whatever will I do now that my dear Mittens is no more." Alright.
So, since Douglas is at the seance place, I'm assuming that the other person is downstairs.
Yes, and that is his betrothed.
Betrothed to a cat.
No, betrothed to Douglas.
Lady Ursula's health is not good at all.
And now she's lost her cat, it's almost like she has nothing left to live for. He's been Lady Ursula's butler for years. We have plans to marry. But first, Douglas needs to put together a little nest egg.
You know, meet at work
He says
all
he'll
the
have
time.
some money soon. Lady Ursula was planning to leave her fortune to her cat Mittens. Since the cat passed on, she's been going to that spiritualist in hopes that Mittens will tell her what to do with the money.
Okay, so probably.
Alright, let's go back to the psychic's house. With all that we've learned. So I have two primary suspects. It is either Douglas or it is the Roberts boy. But I have a stronger belief that it's Douglas as of right now.
Don't you love it when they just don't have the obvious criminal person and that's it?
I mean, I don't know. All of these have been pretty fucking easy so far, except for the one that I absolutely am still mad about.
You're not gonna get over chapter 2, are you?
No. I don't think they did a good enough job doing the whole trying to show that it's the same person bullshit.
Hey, this isn't the psychic's house.
Nope, it's the neighboring building.
Okay, so who do we got for reinterrogation? Wait, is no one here available?
Hold on, pull up the map now. I guess there is no new interrogations. It's just time to jacuzzi, I guess.
Well, let's see what it says. What if I go outside? And not get stuck in a flower pot? Yeah, it says continue investigation. There's gotta be something.
Uh-huh. Well, I assume we found everything at everybody's houses, didn't we?
Well, I would assume there's a reinterrogation somewhere. And I'm thinking it might be at Roberts.
I don't know if I agree, but my thought is that there might be something we have to follow to like a new location. No, because all the magnifying glasses except for the psychic house are grayed out right now, Jeff. They have the gray tint to them, except for the psychic house is the only one that has the white tint to it. So there has to be something at the psychic's house that needs to be discovered.
Nope, just magnetically drawn to that hay bale. As per the assassin. This is why you shouldn't try a parkour at the park. This happens. Okay, so what do we got here?
Oh, let's re-talk to some of these people and see if anything new pops up.
No, he's got nothing to say.
My only thought is that there's another location that we haven't found somehow.
Probably have to go back.
Psychic's house, Robert's house, Anquet's house, Lady Ursula's house. There's also Street Corner!
Huh. Oh, you know what? Asqua's house had the cigarette butts in the alley. Probably need to run that down because that's what we got the prompt of like, hey, you should follow this thing.
Yep, so yeah, so that must be our Street Corner.
Just need to find an alley because I haven't got any of the goddamn eagle statues here at all.
What nonsense. Check again.
Try counting instead of looking.
Yeah, it's back here. Let me in. I need to break into this house. Okay, so cigarette butts in the alley.
We have to follow the tobacco scent.
Sure. Just follow the floating words.
You can also see the little dots on the ground, but yeah.
Do people who smoke like a chimney just smoke like a cigarette every 10 seconds?
Probably every 30 minutes.
I'm just really hoping that I don't end up being like, I just get got by some random.
I mean, you're cutting it a little close to the edge of that area. That's my only thought, but yeah.
Okay, Billy.
That's me. Yeah, some fella come by here every so often. Gives me a silver sixpence if I tell him everything about the folks in that house. Nothing unusual about him. Just a regular fella. I've seen him go into that building over there.
Where is this building?
Office right there.
Everything just has a ground floor door, doesn't it?
Yep.
How high up is this guy's fucking office? Fourth floor. Must have been a bitch to move in here.
A set of files containing disorganized details regarding Thaddeus's clients. For example, wants Cat to tell her he should inherit. Janice's sister called her sissy. The cat beloved to play with lady used teaspoons. Wants you to tell her that her sister approves of her marriage. Knows account number, needs his signature for access. Howard's father enjoyed grocery.
I should return and find out about this.
Several business cards for a medical doctor. All are identical except for printed with different names. Yep.
It's almost like it's a fraud or something.
You arrive after the others as usual. It will deflect suspicion. Also make certain that we get a big flash this time. They must be convinced it's enough to kill me.
Come on, where's the last one?
There, by the window, by the window, by the window. It's a little scrap of paper next to the on the far end of the couch. Far end from where you're. No, by the open window. See, right there by the couch. There you go. He says the account number is A72 at Kenish Bank. All right, sounds good. That's everything we got.
Time to go.
Pull up the map so we make sure that we don't go. That we literally only have one space we need to go to. Yes, there's something new at the psychic's house. Other than that, everything else is empty. So let's run to the psychic's house.
We're gonna just have to get around the old street corner. Hopefully I don't run directly into enemies. Oh, whatever. just jump off of things. Your tiny twig legs will break your fall.
I was gonna say, did they change these games so you can't just hardcore parkour the roofs all the way there? Because back when I played this series, you could always just use people's roofs as a very fast, like, you could run the streets and stuff, or you could just use roofs and it would be a straight line and you'd basically always be able to get to where you need to go.
Well, you probably could, but then I'd have to spend the time getting down.
Fair enough.
But, like I showed you earlier, in this game, literally it's just like, if you want to get on a roof, it's one button. Then you're on the roof.
Anyway, time to talk to the people about all the bullshit.
Hey, why'd you do it?
I simply do not believe it. And if you're implying that my butler was paying Thaddeus, I must ask you, why would a great psychic do the bidding of a common butler?
Indeed, Mrs. Ursula.
Yeah, she's too stupid.
My own sister, paying Thaddeus off? I thought he was a bit too insistent that I sign that paper. Well, Anne is going to get a good talking to, believe you me.
She's gonna get a talking to right into a trash can.
Good Lord, you found the office? I admit it then. Thaddeus and I traveled the world, bamboozling the gullible and then exposing the swindle. But his death was meant to be a fake. I have no reason to want Thaddeus dead. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, what about you, Mrs. Corner?
You believe that Everett paid Thaddeus to manipulate me? It cannot be true. Thaddeus knew all of my comings and goings. He genuinely could communicate with the world beyond.
Like, all these people are rich assholes, so everyone had exactly the same motive for people trying to backstab.
You think someone paid Thaddeus to tell my lady that a cat wanted them to inherit? Well, that would be quite a clever scheme indeed.
Yeah, it's wonky here in the sense that the butler was in on it. He was paying Thaddeus to have Thaddeus tell, right? Wasn't that it? That Thaddeus was telling Douglas there was paying Thaddeus so that Thaddeus would tell the rich crazy lady that the cat wanted him to inherit everything, right?
I think so. At the very least, like, her help was getting married, and she was having trouble dealing with her cat thing. And
well, yeah, I just want to double check it, because go back to the stuff found in the crazy cat lady's house.
Because I want
to, well, yeah. So in my brain,
that's probably not going to help.
There was more than one thing in her house. At the next seance, just as those people were, Douglas, you got me into this, you better solve.
This is Lady Ursula's will, which kind of says what we already heard before.
But, so, who wrote the one letter that's telling Douglas to solve it?
It looks like no one signed it.
Okay, so I think Anne wrote this telling Douglas to do something, because I think Anne and Douglas aided one another into screwing the people that they're connected to out of stuff by using the seance person, but then they found out the seance person was basically just scamming everybody, gonna take all the money and run. So they showed letters, and then Douglas had to do it then. So go talk to Douglas. That had to be what it is. Because my brain immediately said it was Douglas, but then when you talked to the old lady, she said something about the butler being in on it. I'm like, wait, if he was in on it, why would he kill her? But now I think I understand why he would have killed Thaddeus. So that guy right there next to you, the butler guy, Douglas, he did it.
Okay.
He was going to reveal my plot.
Jacuz.
He paid the price for betraying a fellow crook.
I don't know how many points I should be giving you, but
this Thaddeus fellow was rather too clever by half. But you pieced it all together very cleverly.
And they're all pretty easy.
Mr. Raymond was particularly interested in this one.
Once you find everything, it typically gets pretty easy.
Too bad I'm not going to be able to use this experience for anything.
Spiritual Thaddeus Smith routinely swindled not just his clients, but his clients' friends and families. In city after city, Thaddeus and his Confederate Dr. Wilburn lured in those desperate to speak to the departed in the afterworld, but the swindlers were doubly paid, first by their clients, then by those close to them who wished to manipulate them. In such a fashion, Miss Ann Roberts hoped to gain legal authority for her brother in order to remove funds from a secret bank account. Mr. Everett Boyd wished to ensure his marriage to Janice Adquith would take place in order to gain a lucrative settlement, and Lady Ursula's butler Douglas wished to have her dead cat console her to leave her fortune to Douglas himself. But none of these accounted for Thaddeus's odd quirk of enjoying giving a good lesson to his fellow swindlers once he emptied the coffers of his clients. Thaddeus then habitually exposed these manipulators before escaping by feigning his own death. This was corroborated by the supposed Dr. Wilburn, purporting to be similar, or simply one more client, but on this occasion Anne recognized the coming exposure and enticed the butler, I was like, she's not her, the butler Douglas, the only swindler present at the crime scene, to murder Thaddeus in the dark. Farewell, Thaddeus, you may now speak to those in the afterlife at your leisure.
Okay, so we have 3 more crimes to do, and here's the thing.
It's 11 o'clock.
It is correct. So we probably couldn't get one done in our usual time slot, but there is one that I would very much like to show you.
Which is what? Next Stop, Murder, or Most Hated Man in London, because those are the only 2 we have unlocked right now. I think we have to do them all. Okay.
So, you want to go for that one, or do you want to?
I mean, you're the one that has more stuff to do. You're the one that has more stuff to do tomorrow than me, so.
Well, in that case, let's go fucking do it. Unfortunately, it's all the way
Can you fast travel to a place in Whitechapel and then steal something there?
Oh, I can.
There you go, fast travel. That'll be closer than going all the way here.
Because if I remember this one correctly, this one has a really cool gimmick to it.
Oh. Oh, well, you get there, I have to take medicine at 11 o'clock every day, so I'm going to go do that. I'll still have my headset on, so you can say whatever you want to say.
And I'm gonna tool Evie around in the void. The usual void in every one of these games. Because the Abstergo machine needs to load in the universe.
I want to get my meds. That was a long load screen.
So yeah, unfortunately we'll have to do a half episode next week, right before we go into genocide mode, but, you know, not everything gets to work out.
Finish off the last schedule. 2, then go on to genocide.
Yep, it's gonna be fun having to move my whole setup into
if you'd like, here's something we can maybe do next week. We could find another day that we don't normally stream and do a very short stream of just finishing.
How'd it go?
Yeah, so just like a very short stream on one of the days next week that we would you know, maybe.
Very surprisingly, I don't know what your schedule is like, but I'm gonna be taking some time off of work because surprisingly I made it to round 3 of my job interview this week.
Okay.
And that's gonna be Tuesday.
Yeah, we can do it Tuesday night.
Okay. Just have a just call I don't know, a 90-minute special episode. I don't know if we actually want to do this just for night.
That's it.
Not like a different content, but just
Anyway, you're getting yourself killed because you keep running over policemen who then turn around and shoot you.
Oh, they're corrupt.
Anyway, I think you die before you get to this mission at this point.
Six flooded! You don't have magic technology.
You know, you could have done that from the... You could have done that from the vehicle. They let you... They had that option when you were in the car that you could hit a button to zip line to the ceiling.
Oh, come on, I'm on. Fuck you guys.
I was gonna say, my brain says they might be trying to scale the wall here to come up here. Anyway, I would wait a hot second to regen some health in case you take some damage on your fall or something. They are. They're currently fighting someone. Oh, and they're dead. At least some of them are dead.
Looks like that guy survived. Who is there? Hay cart around? Doesn't look like that. Means I'll just have to circle down. Come on, I want to get to this street crime. The crime of the street. Can't have a murder happening at noon. It has to happen at 8 p.m., the time of all murders.
Think of that. Crushed by a crate. The most hated man in London.
Crushed by a crate.
Can you imagine achieving such a title? One day my brilliance will bring me similar recognition.
Mr. Raymond, what are you talking about?
It's of no consequence. What's important is that this man was hated by many. It's of no consequence. What's important is that this man was hated by many. But who delivered the fatal blow?
I'm in for you!
Everything's gonna find you.
Well, he's only level 3. I can... She's broken it! Don't worry, Mr. Raymond, I'll be with you in a second. Okay, time for the body. Just everybody forget that murder happened. It doesn't count. It was an NPC. This guy was crushed by a box.
Nope. Oh, he's been crushed by a crate, but close inspection reveals other anomalies: a puncture wound to the gut, a bullet wound in the back. The victim's skin has an odd green pallor along with yellowing around the eyes. Inspection of the bullet wound indicates that a wound would have caused death in such a wound would cause death in 12 minutes. Okay, so here's your gimmick. Literally several people murdered him, but which one landed the killing blow at this point?
Yeah, this one's going to be
Okay, well, let's look at everything. Because we know he's been poisoned, we know he's been stabbed, we know he's been shot. And we know now that a crate fell on him.
So he goes to the pharmacy at 1, he goes to the bar at 105, he gets food at 109, and then he does something with his house at 110.
Yep. And the clock is right there, so we'll know which one he was doing.
Broken watch. Stopped at
117. Which the very last thing was 115, right?
I think it was 110.
Okay.
Yep, 110.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh. We had the crate to look at.
Oh, yeah, that probably should have been really obvious. Can I look at the crate itself?
Angle your camera slightly higher.
Okay, there it is.
It appears to have fallen overhead crane onto Ashton. Alright, well, let's look at the thing right there. Okay, so that's his footprints. And we can follow them backwards to go backwards through his day, but before we do that, we should,
how do I get in?
Well, first talk to the guy in this zone, because this zone is done now,
I know the man.
except for,
He's
I think.
hated by everyone. Surprisingly, it's not clear what killed him. I find multiple wounds.
Directly explaining
No need to send many people to jail for killing such a terrible man. What say you only arrest the single person who actually caused his death?
You know, I'll definitely listen to the doctor on this, you know, not the cop behind.
He appears to have been stabbed with a perforating weapon, perhaps a spike of some kind. There would be bleeding and it would affect motor control right away, but death wouldn't come for another 6 minutes. I suspect that there is at least one deadly toxin in the system.
6 minutes.
We could accuse him of murder.
No. I mean, it might be him, but we'll...
Not even from...
Anyway, can you scale the wall? Just do that. Just scale it quick. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Is he? It's up here anyway. Well, first look at the 2 clues, which is the crane.
Apparently it's very complex.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
What's the other clue?
How big is this area supposed to be? Oh, here it is.
Please contribute to the benefit fund for the man who had his arm crushed. Any help will be
Now that I've
much
seen this,
appreciated.
I shall ask more questions.
And before he died, he directly spit on that person who had his arm crushed.
Did he?
I don't know.
He owned this site and paid us.
I imagine this guy's
We
gonna
all
be
hated
like,
him
he
because
spit
he
on
looked
the
for any
disabled,
excuse
he
to cheat us out of our
shot
wages.
grand
I didn't hate him any more or less than my mates. That's around the time I'm
Okay,
given
so
a few
apparently he
minutes
would
to
always
eat
try to
something.
cheat the people.
About then, I would have been buying
Outta
myself
here.
an apple at the stand down the street. It's difficult
Okay.
to work properly.
Train.
You have to know what you're doing to drop it at just the right moment.
Brains are hard. I never learned how to do it in school.
The man's a
Might
right
be our
bastard.
poisoner if he was getting an
Might not be
apple.
smouldering in hell.
Although he would have given an apple at the wrong time, so.
I'm not a crane operator. I wouldn't know how to work that. My best chum is maimed for life, and Ashton didn't care a fig. He deserved what happened. Beyond that, I'm mum.
Well, I suppose that's okay, Eddie. So
Well, start following the tracks.
So want to go look at the thing that I think. This is what I think makes this crime one of the most interesting ones. Is they include this, like a literal timeline.
Yeah. What's that on the ground? You walk past a piece of evidence on the ground. This is his poisoned apple. This is the apple that was poisoned.
It's a pear.
The apple's oddly pink, yeah, because it's poison apple. So there's the poison apple. Talk to the suspect now, the lady.
He's my husband. Each day I bring him the household expenses just after he eats his apple. I also brought him his invitation to the knighthood ceremony. The one with the special scepter. Of course, he wasn't going to take me along. I often tie up my hair around a knitting needle. What business is it of yours?
That's a weird detail.
Actually, fun fact with the knitting needle and the hair thing. Hairpins, like, during this era, were common weapons women would use. Against their assailants and stuff. You'd fucking have essentially what is a short needle-like knife in your hair as the hairpin, and you'd fucking murder the shit out of someone with it if they tried to lay their hands on you. Anyway, interrogate this woman who sells the apples.
He stopped by here every day at the exact same time. He'd buy an apple and try to cheat me out of tuppence. But then most folks do that. Yeah, that sounds right. Came by for an apple. He was here when we heard the crate hit the ground.
So he has an alibi. Okay, go away.
They're turning this way. I assume... Oh no, they're turning the other way. Whatever. I assumed had you just quickly followed the footsteps, and not, you know, they would have stopped paying attention to you.
This is what happens when you investigate street crime. You get harassed by random jackasses.
I mean, we are a PI. Cops aren't fans of PIs.
I was going to the pub. He was in the pub for 2 minutes. Are you serious? What are they gonna do? They're not gonna come in here.
Chill in here until it goes away. Includes an interesting article. Hendrix refinery brought to a halt. Apparent sabotage has destroyed machinery at Lawrence Hendrix Foundry. Rumors circulating imply that industrialist John Ashton is behind the sabotage.
So this guy is literally just Ebenezer Scrooge. Except not in Christmas.
I was gonna say also Ebenezer Scrooge didn't screw his competition out of business. Just underpaid his employees and such.
Now where is the old secondary?
There it is. In the trash can.
What was he throwing away?
Revolver.
Now that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
Who owned a gun in London?
He was presumably shot by this man.
Ashton stops in front of this pub every afternoon to check on business rumors. Something of a bastard, Ashton. Told me he had a bit of jam on the side, if you know what I mean. Wife didn't know about it. Well, the bit of jam was out, but he won't let her. That's the sort of fellow we're speaking of. That was Ashton's doing. The man had it in for me. He paid workers to wreck my machines. Cost me a fortune. As long as he was around, I'd never prosper. As a matter of fact, I do carry a revolver at all times. It can be a dangerous neighborhood for a wealthy fella such as myself. This proves nothing.
Stay here. I'll fetch the authorities.
I also carry a gun and 3 hairpins behind my back.
Hey, you can leave.
Where's that pharmacy? You guys again.
They've been parked there the whole time, Jeff. You need to just move quickly past them.
Well, where's the pharmacy from here? No, it's just down
Well, the footprints go down the street past where those coppers are. So you just need to turn left here and just book it.
They've been stuck at that intersection for the last 25 minutes and they're pissed.
I don't think they're, Jeff, I think they're like camped out there. I don't think they're driving. Anyway, medicine box of Ashton's prescription with a few remaining blue pills. He must have dropped it along the way. Okay.
Okay, that's on our timeline now. Where's your tubes? I'm gonna have to go back behind your bar because I need to steal all your clues.
Addressed to Thomas Reese, pharmacist. Tom, my dear brother, I have recently made the most upsetting discovery. The man who forced the foreclosure of the family farm was none other than John Ashton, your very client. His behavior in this affair is beyond indecent. Both father and mother are reduced to penury. You and I both must contribute all we can, although we each have obligations of our own. At the very least, you must cease to do business with this dreadful man.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
Come here, glass case. You're gonna tell me who did it.
Contains chemicals labeled warning not to be ingested. Chemical 1 is a bluish color and is listed as causing erratic movement for after 10 minutes and death after an additional 16 minutes. Causes but jaundice about the eyes and has an extreme anesthetic, yeah. Chemical 2 is a pinkish color and is listed as causing erratic movement after 2 minutes and death after an additional 9 minutes. Yields a green tint to the skin. So, okay, he was poisoned by both of these, but to check the timeline, I don't think he had 16 minutes from here for the first one to kill him, and he definitely didn't have 9 minutes from the second one.
I see him here every day. He can be unpleasant, but I don't really know him.
Well, that was useful. Dang it, where is your box? Fine, I'll just come behind the counter.
He's been coming to me for years. He arrives precisely at 1 o'clock and leaves 2 minutes later. He takes a bluish medication every day and prefers that I administer it. Mary is a trusted assistant. As far as I know, she's completely above board. Today, she swept the shop and prepared some medications. She also fetched herself an apple from the apple stand.
So all you need to do to prove you're above board is just sweep.
This really is none of your business. He came to me for his blue medication. I gave him blue medication.
Okay, so...
I assume that's everything, isn't it? Oh no, there looks like to be something new somewhere that we can do. The apple stand. We can collaborate, it looks like. Something with the apple stand, I think, is the one that has the... Or construction site? I can't tell.
102, he left. 103 takes pills and throws away a box because he's an asshole. Those guys are still stuck in traffic.
If I'm almost positive he hasn't had enough time from any of the places to die of anything other than the thing falling on him.
Okay, so 105 he goes in, 107 he leaves.
Okay.
108 he stumbles and spits blood on the floor.
Yeah, because he was shot. And he's poisoned at this point. By the blue poison, which takes 16 minutes.
He got an apple.
And we can talk to the apple lady to find out
Girl who
about
works
this
at the
other
pharmacy.
poison.
Yeah, she slipped me an extra threepence. She had a special apple just for Mr. Ashton. I gave him that one when he come by. Mr. Ashton did look
Parlor
strange,
has
like.
something to say.
Eyes all yellowish, and then he turned pale after he bit into the apple. Almost green, really.
Okay, so 109 he got the apple.
You know, he didn't have enough time to die from the apple. The apple takes 6 minutes, I think it said, to kill you.
110 he argues with his wife. 111 he stumbles around.
He was stabbed.
112 he ate the apple and threw it away. 113.
He dies at 117, Jeff. We know this.
Well, I figured you want to review everything. 114.
I just need to know how long each thing takes to kill. Because we know what time he did everything. I think he had 1 minute till the poison killed him. The first poison, the blue poison. Because the blue poison takes 16 minutes and he took it at 2 after.
Okay, though, there's additional stuff we can talk to him there with that guy.
Eddie? Yeah, I taught him how to work the crane a few days ago.
I assume that guy over there is Eddie to your left. The only person we can accuse around here.
Well, we can accuse everybody. I mean, we can go and accuse Dr.
No, but my point is Eddie, the one who can operate the guy you just walked past is the guy I'm pretty sure did it. However, just let me check a few things. You don't need to walk back and forth. Just pull up the menu. I know what time everything happened at. I just need to double check how long it took for certain things to kill, which should be in here. So first I need to just go to the doctor's testimony.
Which one of these was the doctor?
I assume Dr. Chester. No, that's the pharmacist. I said the doctor. Dr. Chester, the doctor. The guy who said how long the stab and the bullet would have taken to kill. Claims that he had hated everyone, blah, 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 parlor. Scroll down. Tells such an unjust death. But he mentioned the specific times of how long it would take to die from the gunshot and how long it would take to die from a stab wound. I swear to God, he said that.
He might have just said everything that... Actually, that might actually be in our clue file rather than...
Go to the body then, I don't know. Because somewhere it was stated how long the stab would take and somewhere it was stated how long the...
Yeah, it's
the stab would take...
The bullet wound would kill him in 12 minutes. According to...
I swear to God, someone said how long it would take him to die of the stabbing. Anyway, the only thing he had long enough time to die from is either the crate or potentially the blue poison, but I mean, he took the poison at 2 after, and if you go down to the pharmacy, you go down to the pharmacy.
The pharmacy.
No. Yeah, the pharmacy. The bluish one kills after 16 minutes, and he took it at 2 after, and he died at 17. So he literally had a minute before the poison killed him. So the blue poison almost got him. He did not have 9 minutes from the red one. So he didn't. That one. The only thing that came close to him in all of this, in the time it took him to get from point A to point B, is the blue poison. He had 1 minute to spare from the blue poison. Otherwise, it had to be the box. Or they do some bullshit because I swear to God they said how long the stab wound is, but they go, the stab wound killed him really fast, even though it's a stab wound a single stab wound to the stomach, and I know from medical knowledge that a single stab wound to the stomach isn't gonna kill you like within 2 minutes.
Apparently there's something missing because they're telling us to keep investigating.
Alright, well, hit the button and see what we can find here. Pull up the map. That's what I meant by hit the button.
Okay, looks like it's all the way back there.
And the pharmacy. It also looks like there might be something at the bar. Or is it the apple stand?
No, not from you. The poop.
Oh, this will give me a minute to double check some times on some stuff. What time was he here, Jeff?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure he didn't have 12 minutes, is all I need to know, but I'm almost positive he didn't have 12 minutes. Yeah, he didn't have 12 minutes. He had 10. He had 10.
Come on, you silly man.
Unless he was shot upon entering, which I doubt it, because it took him 2 minutes to leave. He wouldn't have had 12 minutes. Had he been shot exactly at 105 on the dot, he would have,
Quite right. I asked the apple
had he been
seller
shot
to give me
exactly at
special
105
apple.
on the
Is
dot.
that a crime? He was a horrid man. That's all I have to say.
Unless he was shot exactly upon when he walked in there, the gunshot shouldn't have been the thing that killed him.
Okay, Okay, so they're still testing.
Double check the time of this blue bottle right here while we're here. While we're here, Jeff, you might as well hit triangle. Look at the blue. Yeah, 103. So he had 2 minutes before the poison killed him, because I thought he took it at 2 after, not 3 after. So.
Okay, so the pub guy.
It looks like there's something new at the apple stand.
Do the apple stand.
I still need to figure out how long it would take for the stab, but.
Did you stab him?
I mean, we know she
Very
stabbed
well.
him. She's the stab one.
I found out about his dalliance with that girl from the pharmacy. It's not the first. Divorce is all but impossible given his influence with the clergy.
Apparently this guy just knew everything about everybody. Okay, we got it.
Yeah, he's a Mr. Burns. He's literally Mr. Burns. We're doing Who Shot Mr. Burns. Answer's Maggie Simpson.
No babies on the street.
Well, okay, so here's the annoying part that I once again will be mad at if it's true. He walked into there at into the bar at 5 after, and he died at 17 after. So literally he had exactly 12 minutes to die from the gunshot, or he died from the crate. But he left the bar at 107. So
well,
it all has to depend on whether he instantly got shot at 105 or not. But I don't think he'd spend 2 minutes in the bar if he got shot. So then it's the guy who dropped the crate on him.
Give me a second. I'm going to remind you of something that you pointed out is this.
Oh yeah, then he's probably shot there. Okay, then he's fine. I thought that was like splattered blood. I guess I thought he like spit up blood, like he coughed up blood. But splattered blood could mean he was shot there.
Well, that's
so there is that.
That's because that's what I said. I said he spit blood on the sidewalk.
Gotcha. But yeah, anyway, then with all that, it would be the final person who attacked him, the guy who dropped the crate.
Okay, so do you want to accuse Eddie or this guy?
Eddie.
Mr. Eddie, eh? Mr. I taught him how to use the crate 5 days ago.
Yes.
It was me for certain. I watched the crate fall and crush him. He was still moving when it hit.
Oh, wow. Apparently it wasn't Eddie.
What? Literally the timetable for literally everything.
Frank.
I'm annoyed with that because literally the timetable for everything doesn't line up. What time did he eat the apple? He didn't have 9 minutes from the apple eating. He shouldn't have.
I'm working on it. Because this one I actually have to go to the places.
No, you don't. The apple's tossed along the side a little farther ahead. Yeah, he had 5 minutes, and that took 9 minutes to kill. So the only thing that's stupid is, once again, I don't have a time for the stab. So unless he bled out from the stab, which I'm calling horseshit on, I literally have timed everything else out.
Well, we got Frank, we got, Mrs. Ashton.
Hey, stop trying to point it at that guy. We already know he has an alibi. He was at the apple stand when the crate fell. So he literally didn't drop the crate. That guy literally also just admitted to dropping the crate. The guy we accused. It just didn't turn out to be him.
Fair enough. We'll go stare at Mrs. Ashton.
I guess I'm gonna be absolutely fucking pissed if this is the case, because you can survive a single stab wound to the stomach.
Well, do you actually want to accuse her then?
I mean, as I said, everything else times out. So,
I'll be the toast
like,
of the town.
nothing else should time properly.
Oh,
a very unpleasant fellow. But what was that
Horseshit.
business about a
Absolute
knighthood
horseshit.
ceremony?
Nothing in this goddamn game told me the time of the stab, like how long it would take for that to kill, apparently.
He was murdered 5 times.
I'm literally gonna go over all the evidence again on the wiki, because this is absolute horseshit. Like, if I wasn't given a time, this is some dumb shit.
Why is Artie just telling me to, like, calm down all the time? I'm just standing in front of him. He doesn't get much of a penny dreadful for this one. I had to make the headline bigger just to fill out more space.
Oh, bullshit, game! So remember how I had you pull up the doctor's shit? Like what the doctor said? Because I remember he gave a time and there wasn't any time in his thing that he said when you pulled it up in the book. He says he appears to have been stabbed with a perforated weapon. Perhaps a spike of some kind. There would be bleeding and it would affect motor control right away, but death wouldn't come for another 6 minutes. So I probably could have figured that out had the game put the 6 goddamn minutes in the thing I wanted it to be in. Because I literally had you pull it up to find that, because I remember, I swore to God he said something, but then you pulled it up in the thing and it didn't say anything.
Went to his actual dialogue and maybe it would have been there.
But the fucking game designer should have put it in the goddamn text that you can go back to. I assumed he didn't say a time because when you pulled up what he said in the text, it didn't have a goddamn time about it. That's some stupid ass game design, Ubisoft. That's fucking stupid.
Boink. That's it, go. It's the end of the episode. I'm just boinking at Rich.
But yeah, cause yeah, 6 minutes I probably could have looked at when he was stabbed and figured that out. But I decided that, well, the only thing it said is that he was stabbed in the stomach. Like, that was the only information when you pulled it up in the book that I could find. And I was like, well, in real life, I know you can survive getting stabbed in the stomach pretty easily, so. So, like, guess it wasn't that. It had to be the crate. And then it was like, nope, it was the stabbing. Fuck you. And I'm like, well, fuck you too, game, for not putting that in the goddamn book.
Well,
I'm so mad.
And
that's some absolute horse shit.
And on this tirade, we are going to be leaving the balancing act for a whole week. We're going to be apparently back on Tuesday night to cap this one off with the last 2 cases of the dreadful crimes.
I'm so mad about this one. The developers of this game had some of these cases, like, all these cases are super fucking obvious for the most part. Like, all of them are either super obvious because of something that gets stated, or it's some fucking absolute horseshit where, like, they failed to chronicle some information, like a key point of information you needed. Like, there was nothing that stated that the doctor had multiple personality, like, shit going on, other than that the scraps of paper that had, like, an argument were in the same room. It's like, okay, but also these things could have been being mailed. Like, how was I supposed to know this was a dude switching between his personalities, scribbling away in a room? I thought they were correspondence going back and forth. And then this one, they fucking don't. When I literally asked Jeff to pull up the information, because I swore to God I heard a number there, it didn't have a number there. So I was like, okay, must not have had a number there. And because it didn't have a goddamn number, I picked the wrong thing again. Because they didn't, the thing they told you to, if you need to remember something, do this. The thing they put in the game for that didn't put that 6 minutes is what it took for him to die if he got stabbed. So I had no idea what the time it was, so I fell back on what I know in the real world. And I know in the real world that stomach injuries take a long time to bleed out from. And a single stab to the stomach, single stab to the stomach would take a good chunk of time to bleed out from, especially from something as small as like a hairpin.
Well, apparently hairpins were a lot more deadly 180 years ago.
I mean, the point with them is you stab them into your assailant's neck, Jeff. Not into their stomach.
Bye, everybody.